We start today's session off with Captain Athaton. During this time, it takes place with between all the Tenshi or crew of the Tenshi was off looking for two Ferengi. Captain Thatton was in an important meeting with Starfleet Intelligence and a few other of the command staff. Captain Then, you were asked to meet with some of the command staff. You're currently walking through the corridor, and you're just outside one of the intelligence operative offices at Starbase 200.
All right, I'll stride on into the office.
Captain, thank you for this meeting. Currently, Commander Bailey here just sent off your crew to mission to locate the two Ferengi. Hopefully, they'll be able to get a location on where they went to, so we can figure out where this crystal came from and how to return it. Given some of the files that came across, I felt it'd be best if someone else explained some of this, since they're a little bit more of the forefront on this particular incident that's very similar. He taps on the console, and a few moments, a Starfleet logo appears, Starfleet Command, and on the screen is Rear Admiral Elder, currently stationed at Starbase 21.
Do I know? I don't know their names.
One is a Captain Ben Ellison, and the other one is Commander Bailey. They're both. You talked. I'll just say for story's sake, you've already talked to them. They are part of Starfleet Intelligence. They kind of work in tandem across all different fleets. And Captain Thatton, briefly know from earlier sessions. So
I don't think I've met him.
We're probably familiar with each other because we're both veterans. So,
the planet, Mirror Universe rescue operation.
oh yeah, that was the one time we met.
Oh,
yep, we crossed
yeah.
paths then. I wasn't a captain at the time.
And I still was a captain at the time.
Yeah.
Good morning, Captain Commander. And Captain, it's nice to see you back in uniform.
Well, it's nice to see you've gotten a decorative box around your pips there, Admiral.
Yes, I'm quite enjoying that.
Dare I ask why I'm getting Admiralty attention at this point?
It's you who need me, not the other way around.
Oh.
Here to answer any questions that you have. I think you're getting involved with something that I left hanging 6 months ago.
Yes, we've between coming into contact with these crystals and needing to transport them and making some sort of peaceable returning of their people. It's, as the brief probably is explained, we don't exactly have one of the friendly Zozek, so. But all the same, I think it's better that we return them in some capacity. The tricky bit is how, and some of the research I've been doing hasn't really gotten me a clear avenue to success without angering people we don't need to anger.
Is this one substantially different from the one that was involved with Lieutenant Vogel?
It would seem so to me. We're not getting the similar experience that you did with a whole entity or a partner entity. It seems to be more of a uh, they seem to be using it in some fashion, trying to exploit it in some way or another. But we can determine that it isn't of the normal Zozek variant, but of this dark one variant. Frankly, we don't even know how they got a hold of them. My understanding was that these beings are quite powerful and able to defend themselves quite easily without our assistance.
I don't know of their capabilities as individuals, but in space, they are no more advanced than us. We don't know a whole lot about the Dark Ones. What I learned about them is they had some designs or intentions on a sort of balancing of their species with the species that Vogel encountered. But we never had a friendly conversation with them. In fact, we never contacted them at all without violence being enacted. I wouldn't say that they are your enemy, but I definitely would say that they will probably treat you like that at first, because their only experience has been a hard-fought battle where they nearly lost 2 ships, and they did lose 1.
Hmm.
I don't know what they mean by balance when they talk about the other species, though. At the time, it sounded like genocide, but I don't have strong evidence for exactly what they mean.
Mm.
So you could be dealing with violent genocidal species, or you could be interacting with a species seeking reunification that has been misunderstood. I can't help you with that.
Do you believe it would be safe for the Tenchi to approach this planet and try to make contact that way? Try to, if we can't talk with these dark ones, talking through their sister species and trying to draw a line from there.
They have no contact, from my understanding, and even if they did, they probably wouldn't help you.
Hmm.
They don't want you to be there, and when they can't help but have you there, they don't want to talk to you. Um, we spoke to them twice, and they were never forthcoming about anything.
Have you encountered any Ferengi moving or interacting with these crystals? Whether the the Zostra people, or this Dark One variant?
No, I haven't encountered any Ferengi in this matter.
Hmm.
There's one other thing to be aware of.
Hmm.
There is a group of errant scientists that think the world of themselves out there. They're not your enemy either, but they're not your ally. I don't particularly recall if they ever mentioned who they were, but they had access to old Starfleet vessels. They're not going to. Their goals may not necessarily be against yours, but they will use deceit to get their goals. Your goals are not particularly of interest to them. They might make for temporary allies given a particular situation, but only temporarily.
Are you speaking of some independent Federation group or Cardassian science group?
No, they're humans, I think, but they have no official standing. The Federation. I do not even know how they got access to their ships.
Oh, be sure to keep that in mind then, Admiral. It's
Lieutenant Vogel would know more about that. She has met them extensively.
oh. I'll be sure to ask her about it. As I'm sure you're aware, sir, as well, that there was a Vogel was in contact with them briefly, tied in with the crystal through the Orion that we had captured at the time. Last I heard, she seems to be fine now, but it's one of those things where this seems to be a reoccurring thing, and I don't know how much I want to ask of her, given that she's, well, not sonically trained, really. This is more of it's usually the sort of duty I'd ask a Betazoid or a Vulcan to do, not a human. No offense to anyone present. He looks around apologetically, like, whoops, sorry.
Was it, is there any unfortunate incidents with this connection?
We have a new doctor examining her, who's hopefully had some time to examine her file. But at the time when she interacted, there was some almost a symbiotic connection that could have imperiled her. But she seemed to break clean once we got control of the situation.
Well, then you fared a lot better than I did.
I just got lucky, sir. Yes, those are the main questions I had at the moment regarding the Zostra. I do intend to pursue this matter, and I thought, as part of my intelligence briefings lately, I thought I should touch base with my predecessor in this particular theater.
Well, if I'm looking at your manifest correctly, you have my old tactical officer, which is the only person who has ever engaged one of their ships, successfully or otherwise, so I would take advantage of that.
I'll keep that in mind, sir.
Anything else you would like to know, Captain?
How familiar are you with the Orion Syndicate's situation currently?
You're going to have to clarify.
More narrowly, I've been looking into the case file of Sarissa's family. It's an old file that I've been trying to push around a bit to see if someone can get me access to the investigation. Just bit of Cation pride, as it were. It feels, as the elder Cation, I feel a responsibility to try to help a younger deal with her clan problems. And I'm not Starfleet security, and I'm not in a warship, so response from up the line has been a little slow. So if there's any way you can influence that, I would appreciate it.
I was not aware that that was the case. I don't think Lieutenant ever mentioned that. I do not know anything, but you should talk with the captain of the Svalin. They, in my experience, they are deeply entwined with events of the underworld.
That's captained by Commander Calder, I believe, isn't it?
Yes.
I'll reach out then. Thank you for the advice.
If that doesn't bear any fruit, you can always send something over to my office, and I'll have Captain Joan put all effort into it.
Well, hopefully I won't have to pull too much from your resources, but I appreciate it. Nice to know there's more than one avenue open to me. But other than that, sir, that's all the official queries I have at this time.
Godspeed, and I'll cut the communication.
Well, Captain, seems you got a lot on your hands coming up. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help you. And terms for your lieutenant, though, the only thing I found on there was that the case file went cold.
I had assumed as much, but that's why I'm hoping that some of my a fresh set of old security eyes might be able to shed some light on the situation. I used to be chief of security for some years, so hopefully I'll see something or know something that perhaps the previous investigators missed. And also, if I reach out to this Fallen, reading their intelligence file in the last briefing, they were recently involved with the syndicate. So maybe there's some new leads that they happen to have that we didn't know was actually relevant. Because I certainly don't think anyone back at Starfleet Security on Earth or in Vulcan is going to exactly rush this particular case, especially one this old.
Judging the way the syndicate works, they could have been sold into slavery or being used by slave handlers as it is. Usually, Starfleet Security tries to crack down on such operations, but some do slip through the cracks. I will keep an eye out for any development information for you and try to send it your way, Captain.
Please do. You have a lead on on these Frankie, you said, I believe.
Commander Bailey speaks. Yes. We sent your first officer along with whom he selects. Um, I called in a favor with an old Klingon friend of mine to deliver them to a planet, a sort of trade world between Tholian and Federation space. Usually, there's not too many illegal goods that come out of that world. I believe it's called. One second, she pulls up her pad. The Tola system. Uh, Hopefully, they will be able to find both the Ferengi there and not encounter too many problems since our Orion friend, whom you encountered recently, has put a bounty on their heads. But we should know something soon. I expect by the end of the day.
Very well then. Any other updates then? That you're cleared to tell me at least? He raises an eyebrow.
Not at this time, Captain.
Very well then. I'll leave you to your work. I will prepare for the return of my crew.
Good luck, Captain Thadden. If you don't mind, I need to transport a certain very dangerous Orion Scientist.
I advise keeping her in stasis for as long as possible. Seemed to
Believe
turn me
me,
fine.
she will not leave that stasis. So as long as I'm in charge of this operation. Last night I
Very
did
well.
another incident.
Captain, Commander,
Nods.
stride on out.
All right, scene change, and we're going to jump several days forward with everyone has returned to the ship. And currently, you're on your way to the coordinates that was given to you by the two Ferengi from the last session. So during this time, while you're on your way there, there's a bit of free roleplay, as well as some strategize what you're wishing to do for the most part, unless there's a change of orders.
The only standing order I probably have on book would be to once entering system to put the ship on yellow alert, because we're entering a system where this mysterious ship came from and this facility was. And just creep on it cautiously. Other than that, nothing else. I don't think there's any particular reason to change unless there's a special note that would have been shot at the captain. Above and beyond what the fleet report says anyway.
Jim, is there? Can I search the Federation database for any information we have on this planet and the sector that it's in, or the system that it's in?
Reason plus science difficulty assisted by the ship's computers plus science difficulty of 2.
Just for the fun of it, I'm going to give you a threat for an extra die.
Gain a momentum. Just need the ship's computers plus science.
Computer science.
Gain another momentum.
We said we were already on our way. Or are we still docked at Starbase?
You're already on your way. Currently, unless there's something you wish to do on the starbase.
Not other than assume that the doctor gave me my ears back.
Do we still have
Yes.
that crystal's on board, right?
Yes, it's still on board the Tenshi. And a containment, I believe, in Medbay.
Did we move the mining laser?
I hope so.
I believe so, because I don't think people in sickbay would not appreciate a mining laser in sickbay. So,
Takes up a bit of space.
It's really an aesthetic choice. They like it if they just learn to let it be there for a little while.
It doubles as a laser scalpel for really large species.
If we had one of those rock species aboard, sure. I will actually call the doctor to the ready room to actually finally pull our newest doctor in for a intake interview because I haven't had a chance to do that.
Did you chirp me?
Yeah, I'll call for Dr. Mountain to the ready room.
I'll be right there, sir. Boop boop.
Come in.
Captain, good to see you. Nice to have met you. I'm Dr. Zachary Mountain. Do you have a question for me?
A couple questions for you, Doctor.
Mind if I take a seat?
Oh, feel free.
Thank you.
So I understand that you've already gone on a mission with my Commander Solon.
That is correct, sir.
How are you finding your time here on the Tenshi? Or, suppose not on the Tenshi, with the Tenshi crew, I guess is the better way to put it.
I believe we're gaining rapport as we move along. So far, everybody seems to be, accepting me as part of your crew. It's good to meet you in person. I've heard some things about you, but not much. So, yeah, I look forward to serving on this ship. Seems like a fine vessel.
It is. I do have one question for you, though.
Of course.
Now, I looked in your Academy files a bit, and I then looked at your more recent Commander course files.
Sure.
And I have a question about your opinion on a certain scenario.
Which scenario would that be, sir?
The Kobayashi Maru scenario, to be specific.
Okay.
I've heard that
And-
you've been quoted as a person who pushes the limit of what the test would allow. I think is what one of your testees may have said in the past.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, it of course is a famous no-win situation, of course. But as you know, there have been a history of at least one, if not maybe a couple, one I may not know about. But Captain Kirk in the past, of course, has found a way to actually win. But you know, it's really, I don't know. It's in a way, it's an unfair situation, but you know, it is it is what it is. It's a necessary way to check out the psychological behaviors of potential Starfleet officers and what situations that could call for even the sacrifice of the ship in the case of that mission, or at least that scenario. And what is your question again?
I just wondered your opinion on the matter. It is you did pass into to the commander rank, of course, and that is not something you get to by a smile and a nod. You did earn your stripes, and
Correct. I've been in Starfleet for several years. Yes.
so it's hard for me to. And I know the requirements in the medical field are different compared to the command schools or the security requirements, but I understand that triage is a thing you have to worry about, and I just wanted to make sure that you weren't a. I wanted to see what kind of idealist I had in my medical officer.
Idealist. Well, I mean, every situation is different. Every person is different, and so it's really a matter of how can one decide, especially as not only a medical officer but as a commander, situations of life and death. And it is really a matter of deciding the best course overall. And it is my intention, as usual, as any medical doctor would have, to do no harm. But I do understand the necessities of being an officer in Starfleet, and that may come up in situations. However, that is obviously not my first choice.
What is your first choice?
Well, I would say finding a way to finding the best way to navigate the situation. There are always other options. But if it does come down to deciding how to go forward, I would certainly follow Starfleet protocol in the matters and definitely would choose that path. If I would have to do take command, as it were, if in your stead, if that ever happened to be a situation, God forbid, then I would do my duty as per my oaths of office.
Well, nice to see that you're an optimist, Doctor.
Yes. Well, you can be pissed about life if you want to, but you don't have to.
That's true. The only other thing I would suggest to you for your, well, it's a weird thing to say to a fellow veteran officer, but I might recommend if you if you ever do wish to pursue captaincy of a ship of your own, whether it be a medical ship or starbase position,
Sure.
I might suggest you want to take more security readiness courses and maybe formalize yourself with shuttle operation and general formalities of space travel. I know it's not a thing you normally have to deal with in sick bay, and according to your career, you haven't had to do that. But once you get into the center chair, that stuff creeps up on you, and having holes in your command can be a problem. And if you never intend to, if you intend to go from one medical research to the next, then I wouldn't work on it too much. Your medical file is exemplary to the point that I needed at least 3 different officers to explain to me exactly what you've been writing about for the last few years.
Well, it can be kind of heady, yes. Yes, I will definitely take you up on that suggestion, Captain. Any first suggestions I should do in the course of my time here on the Tenshi?
Well, if you want to speak on matters of security, Lieutenant Sarissa is of course our chief security officer, and she has, despite having less experience than yourself, she has accrued a lot of practical experience in her career, so she'll be able to give you a lot more practical solutions rather than the book answers they give back at the academy or in those brush-up courses they make us read.
Yes.
So she can actually give you what really happens out here. If you want to brush up on your more shipboard formalities and flight experience, I will actually look to Lieutenant Vogel. She is our science officer, but she spent a considerable amount of time as a flight officer, and
Really?
those would be the 2 I would suggest getting brush-ups on. And I'm sure Commander Solon can arrange for anything if you don't want to deal with it yourself. I know you have a very busy plate on your in your sick bay, given we've handed you a crystal of minimal information, which that's the last thing I wanted to bring up. What do you know of the crystal? Have you had a chance to look at it yet?
Well, I was whisked away before I had a chance to get a full examination of the object. Is this a sentient life form, you say? Interesting.
A sentient crystal with some sort of psionic capacity. There's a whole species of them, 2 of them. The file's a bit beyond me, but my understanding is that we are transporting a living being down there who is very confused and has been experimented on.
Oh dear. All right. Well, perhaps I should communicate with them and do a little more research myself. Is it in any relation to a Horta? Is it silicon based? Do you know?
I believe it falls in Mineralis. It's a more crystalline, less
So more Tholian like.
Yes.
Interesting.
More Tholian, a lot smaller, and much nicer, despite it being somewhat hostile. But he shrugs.
Somewhat hostile. Interesting. Well, being confined
Well-
in a prodded would kind of irk me a little bit as well.
Perhaps the word I should use is aggressive rather than hostile. Think more Klingon, less Tholian, if that makes any sense.
Oh, sure. Well, Klingons are an interesting species themselves. And we had a good time, actually, on the vessel, on the Kasari. So, but otherwise, just one thing about Lieutenant Vogel. Make sure they stay to Syntha Hall on a regular basis, perhaps, because Klingons their blood wine can be quite potent.
That sounds like a medical order there, Doctor. I don't think it's very appropriate for me to... unless you believe that I need to
I
be
don't think it's
concerned
a
about my officer having
problem.
a drinking problem.
No. I just perhaps just a suggestion rather than an order would be
A friendly warning, understood.
perhaps yes. And who is the officer for science? For the security, you said?
Lieutenant Sarissa.
Sarissa, thank you.
Real quick, Doctor, I think you got the engineer mixed up with the science officer. It's Lieutenant Farron who passed out, not.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Then I would say Farron then.
Okay. In response, that actually would have been like, "Oh, Lieutenant Farron, yes. Well, I think she knows her blood wine from her blood mead, as it were."
Indeed. Yes. So, if there's anything else, Captain, I'd actually be interested in examining this. Well, introducing myself at least to this life form.
Approach with extreme caution. We haven't had a very successful interaction with that species yet, and the only other Starfleet officer who has interacted with them directly, other than Lieutenant Vogel, did not exactly have glowing paths on how to make nice with them. So you may be
And
the
who is
first to
that?
be.
Who is that officer then?
That would be Admiral Elder.
Ah. All right. Yes, perhaps I could have Lieutenant Sarissa come with me, teach me and show me perhaps some of the security protocols that might be necessary when communicating with such a species with aggressive tendencies.
I'm sure she would relish the chance to assist you, Doctor.
Then, all right then. What is our ETA to our destination, sir?
That is a good question. Captain to Con, ETA to target destination. That's worrying.
2 days, Captain.
Oh.
Sorry, I was eating food. So.
Oh. Please don't eat on the bridge. No, I know.
Oh,
Now imagine a flight officer with a sandwich right next to their station. Why is
Use
no
a
one
tube.
stopping them?
Do you want ants? Because that's how you get ants.
2 days. Very good. Thank you, Con.
We're in space.
Space ants.
Yeah, we don't want those.
We call them Tholians.
they're larger and more aggressive than regular ants.
Certainly. Yes,
looking
so I have a couple days at least to get familiar with this species before we arrive. With your leave, sir? I'll get
Unless you have
back
any
to
other
my-
questions for me.
Questions. What do you expect out of your chief medical officer? Would you take my advice willingly, even though sometimes my advice may be a little nicer than you may expect?
I've learned over the years that a captain is mighty by virtue of his ship's crew. So I'll take your advice, but I'll be taking the advice of the entire senior staff into consideration.
Of course.
But I do expect a vocal doctor and I will, of course, be taking yet another physical, I suppose, since I keep missing every physical with every doctor I get. But
I will make sure you put it in the schedule. Takes out a pad and beeps in. How about tomorrow afternoon? I seem to be free for an hour.
assuming we didn't get attacked by the Klingons, the Romulans, or the Tholians, then yes, I will definitely try to make it.
Yes, as
He
long
rubs
as
his head like less a making excuse, more of a that's what keeps bloody happening.
Understood, sir. I will pencil you in, as it were.
Very good, Doctor. Dismissed.
Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Certainly try.
And zoop down to medical.
And that's why I demote the commander down to ensign for being a smart mouth now.
Yeah, I will walk around to the commander then. Commander Solon,
Yes.
if you don't mind, I'd like to run a level 1 on the weapon systems.
Personally, how much time you need. A level 1 diagnostic is a fairly serious procedure. Taking the weapons offline to conduct that level of diagnostic.
From my understanding, we have a few days.
And what is the reason? Normally, we conduct level 1 diagnostics in space dock. Do you have a reason why we need one?
Because I haven't done one on this ship before, and I want to know everything there is to know about this ship's weapon systems, in case they're ever damaged in an extreme way. I might be able to make adjustments that allow us to keep going. It normally wouldn't be possible without an intimate knowledge of the ship's systems.
Can you conduct such a diagnostic without jeopardizing our security status by not taking all the weapons offline at the same time?
I cannot see the insides of the components without taking them apart. No, sir.
How much time will we require for this?
I can strive for a day. "24 hours, sir, to be exact."
Lieutenant Sarissa, what is the current security status in the sectors we'll be traveling through over the next 24 hours?
Bringing that up now, sir.
Inside security difficulty 1. To remember the report you just looked over.
Yes. I don't know why I have my comp set to 5, but I did. Would investigative techniques apply?
No, you're not really investigating anything.
I'm remembering. Okay. Got it. A threat for bold. I can re-roll that.
2 momentum gain.
I'm really
That's-
glad I gave you a threat for bold.
That's an entirely separate, different outcome of rolls. Nat 20, nat 1.
Yeah, I know. Oh, right, yes. No major or reported activity. There are presently 9 trading vessels in the sector of space. But no reported aggressive forces.
Lieutenant, if I permit this, how much time would it take required to bring the weapons back online in case of an emergency?
It's entirely dependent on the stage that we're at. The longest it could take us would probably be a few hours.
I believe this time I will need to deny your request, Lieutenant. We may be called to respond to any number of emergencies while en route. Please take whatever diagnostic measures that you deem appropriate that would not jeopardize the combat readiness of the ship. It will authorize the level 1 diagnostic the next time we are in space dock.
Very well, Commander. In the meantime, I think I might go ahead and review the possible interactions between freighters and our ship. I'm surprised by their apparently security risk.
Sarissa,
Yes.
anything you wish to do during the interim of the 2 days trip to the system?
Uh, Nothing immediately comes to mind, no.
During my course, I will be investigating the red crystalline entity and calling on Lieutenant Sharissa. If that's a thing we can do.
Yeah, I'll help the doctor. If we're doing crystal investigations, probably a internal force field network is a pre-programmed oh no button.
All right. Let me know when that's a thing.
Yeah, I'm setting up the scene for that. right, Doctor. The crystal in question was moved to a research lab for better containment procedures. And cut over to the lab.
Okay.
Oops, sorry, my hot.
Are you enlisting anybody else to help you, Doctor?
Yes. Science Officer Vogel. Maybe we can put our minds together to not only contain this being, but make sure that we get the best science out of it and learn as much as we can about it. Do we have a diplomat?
There is no diplomat station on the ship. So.
Understood.
That's fine. We can't communicate with it anyway.
Yet.
Yeah.
Vogel, you're at just about to enter the science lab. And the doctor calls you down to help you with analyzing the crystal.
So I review all the data from the Admiral Elder's logs and make sure that I have all the information I need to at least start understanding this being.
Did the captain make that available to everybody?
I will request it anyway.
I'll ping it to the doctor, but once I get the request, I'll let the commander, decide on his discretion who should be informed down the line.
Although we have the two most informed other crewmen here anyway.
Yeah.
I assumed as much.
Vogel, are you there?
While we wait for the lieutenant. So, Lieutenant Sarissa.
Yes.
It was a pleasure to meet you, and it was quite an interesting trip to pick up some Ferengi friends, as it were. Can you tell me a little bit about your expertise, I guess, in security? The captain suggested that I speak to you about perhaps taking some training on security measures, and I was wondering if I could pick your brain while we're waiting for our science officer.
I am less. I'm not so generally specified or specialized within security. But for this particular thing, I would think pointers in perhaps containment would be something optimal and also easily able to demonstrate. We
Certainly.
should put in some backup containments in effect, or there is a a backline if anything should end up going wrong. This crystal has been known to be able to influence the mind of an individual.
Yes. So perhaps a secondary force field around this location.
That would be an idea, yes. And as a redundancy, just in case anything is going to be going wrong for this doorway here in and out of the lab, the secondary doors can also have an emergency stop for them.
Yes. Okay, go ahead and implement those, please.
And you can keep an eye on what is done. Excuse me, sir.
Oh,
I
sure.
shall
Yes.
step over to do the thing on the panel.
Oh, pardon me. Sure, absolutely.
It's more or less if containment is failing here for any reason with the crystal, or at the initiation of a button or code, the force fields will come into place around this specific area.
Control security difficulty 2 to set up that advantage.
Sweet. Shipboard tactical systems. I believe that covers internal security.
There is actually an internal security focus. I'll allow an increased complication because it's a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Have a threat for bold.
Complication.
Nope.
3 momentum. I believe you have float.
I don't have anything for the float.
At that time, Vogel enters the lab.
Hello, Lieutenant again. How are you today?
Dr. Lieutenant, you asked for my assistance?
Yes. We'll be studying while we have some time before we make our arrival of this interesting entity. And I was wondering, do you have any information that you know about this entity currently? I assume you or know of whom set up this containment system?
It's my professional recommendation, Doctor, that you do not attempt to study this crystal.
What would be the reason for your recommendation?
The last time I attempted to study a crystal that, like this, it ended up joining with me and basically becoming a duplicate of me. And it also infused me with psychic and telekinetic abilities.
Interesting.
And
pull out a medical tricorder and scan you.
the effects have worn off as the effects of the mending have been reversed.
Yes.
However, we are dealing with another subsect of that race. Sorry, the name eludes me.
It's okay.
Eludes the player, not the character.
Kershaw? No, that's a different one. So sick.
Sleestack?
And since we are dealing with that subsect, I do not know what will happen if you were to be mended. And all of security measures I put in place to study the crystal failed.
So how did you go about studying this thing? I see through your logs that you've got quite an extensive study, but I'd like to hear it from your own words.
I used the standard security containment procedures outlined in the tech manuals for studying unknown entities, similar to how this is set up here.
Understood. That makes sense.
It seems to have been able to telepathically link even through force fields and containment fields. And that is why I do not recommend continuing this course of action, Doctor. Nor do I wish to be part of any further investigation of this species, as I do consider them to be intelligent.
And aggressive, you would say.
In my experience, the subsect may be aggressive, yes.
Hmm.
But I have never met a person that was mended with it, at least to my knowledge. So I don't know what effects it would have on organic life.
You mean direct contact with it?
I meant I don't know what would happen if one were to mend with it.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I'll take your warning under advisement for sure. Have you tried talking to it? The universal translator doesn't seem to be working with this species. Hello there. And I kind of direct towards the red entity.
If this is one of their young, which I do suspect it to be, the only way to properly communicate it with it would be through telepathic means.
Curious. Do you know what its natural environment is? Have you discovered? How did we discover this particular being? Was it at its native home, or was it lost in space?
Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was obtained from the Ferengi, correct?
Yes, the Ferengi handed off to you guys.
We obtained this from the Ferengi. More or less, we took it from them.
The two Ferengi we have as our guests, or had as our guests.
And Vogel nods.
Are they still aboard? Do I know?
Oh no, they're at 211.
Okay. So they're probably not going to tell us where they got it from.
They did kinda, and that's where you're going.
Oh, okay. So we are actually going to their supposed home world, at least, or where they got the being from.
Where they picked up that crystal from.
Okay.
A location to stop from.
Do we know anything about this world in our database? Could you look up any information about this planet? Maybe we can recreate its natural environment and maybe ease it into wanting to be with us. This containment field is probably not very comfortable for it if it has a need for comfort.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jim. We don't really have much information on this planet, correct?
The commander looked it up, but yeah, you don't really have much information on the planet.
Okay. Yeah, because I know if I wanted to talk to somebody, being a prisoner would not be conducive to. I would assume it's trying to escape. That's probably why it bonded with you and merged with you. So I would say, can you tell me about your time there? Do you remember specifically? Did it have thoughts and communicate with you telepathically at all? And perhaps we can step out into the other room so that it's not directly next to us. I go out here. Just to get a distance. Lieutenant Vogel, what was it? Can you describe your experience, if you would?
Which part of the experience, Doctor?
Well, I guess take me through it. So you were doing some investigation, and did you do a? What was the particular scan you were doing when it decided to, I guess, in a way, attack you, merge with you? You said
I was running the standard scientific procedures, and it started out more like a feeling,
a feeling.
like a feeling of me needing to protect it, to keep it safe.
Mm-hmm. And how did you feel about having that feeling? Did you were you surprised, or were you against trying to protect it for some reason?
It's more like a desire to do it, Doctor.
Right, but do you feel that you were under the influence of it when you first felt that feeling, or did you feel that it was something foreign trying to force you to do something? I'm just trying to get
If you're
get a feel.
asking if I acted against my will, Doctor, the answer is no.
So you did feel compelled to protect it.
Yes.
Interesting. And did you do anything during that time? You said it merged with you mentally or physically merged with you somehow? Duplicated you, you said?
Sorry, I'm trying to. This happened a while ago, so I'm might be fuzzy on the details.
That's fine. That's
I
fine.
know about the mental part. I'm not sure about a physical part. This is out of character. I'm just not sure.
That's fine. Yes, memories have a way of getting fuzzy over time, for sure. No worries.
Yeah, so I'm in practice. If you have any clarification on that. Yeah, I remember that part, Prax. I just don't remember like how it started.
Is a GM, is there?
Because I think that's what he's asking. I just don't remember.
Yeah,
I
is
don't
there a
remember
report
if it was a
involved?
mental thing. I don't remember if it was a physical thing. I don't remember if it was both.
When it started, it was like calling a bunch of people to it. Like everybody wanted to touch it, and it was creating a security problem. And I think you were. Oh, and then it like did this like psychic bomb thing, and you were in the room, I was in the room, and someone else was in the room. And you're the person for some reason who got affected by the psychic bomb. Like a energy was released by it.
Is there data of that, GM? That I like some information that I could glean from that? Maybe do some sort of based on their current physical analysis, and then maybe was there a physical done, their mental lieutenant's mental state at the time, medical scans of some sort that I can corroborate
There
with?
was no medical scans until way after the incident. This all happened
Okay.
in the lab.
Oh, okay. And how long was the incident for? Was it like an hour? Was it a day?
There's a whole lot to it, but you have to ask Vogel that.
Okay. So, yeah, interesting. Well, that's fine. You don't have to remember everything. I was just curious if there's a line of approach I could use or should use at all. But you said that you and said there was two others also in the room with you, but you were somehow attacked or felt like you were attacked even though you were trying to protect it. Interesting.
Oh, those were definitely not my words. That was someone trying to remember it also.
Okay, what are your words then?
No, I mean, I don't think it attacked me at all.
Oh, okay.
Is the thing. The other crews might have, but they were not in the scene, nor are they here anymore.
Understood. All right.
Yeah, we're just all trying to figure out like what's going on, and a lot of the conversation that we just had was not in character.
Understood. So your incident with this being, you felt compelled to protect it, and you're recommending not to interact with it until we get to the planet. I would like to know more about it if we can in the meantime, but so your recommendation is not to pursue this line of study?
That is my recommendation, Doctor. More so for your safety than anything.
Well, that is why I brought Lieutenant Sarissa into this, for protection, as it were. Interesting. So perhaps we should do the study from this room and keep our distance. Did you feel like it had access to your thoughts from a distance? And if you so, do you feel there was a distant at range, perhaps on the other side of the ship, would be less influential, or perhaps behind this containment field?
I'm not sure of the exact range, but I was able to be in contact with the crystal throughout the entire ship, at least.
Ah, indeed. So its range is considerable, I guess. Interesting. All right. Well, I will at least keep a range, and if I do start feeling some sort of compulsion, I will alert you. You said you do not want to be part of this study. You're welcome to go about your duties if you choose not to. I'm going to at least do some preliminary checks and see if there's some way to communicate or understand it a little better before we get to their home planet. I believe that's where we're going, but we don't know that for sure, actually. It's just where the Ferengi um, got it from. Is there another species like this? Do we know, GM? You said there's a second species we're going to communicate with?
Okay, so for clarification, the being that Vogel was talking about was a separate species compared to this one. Like this one's more of an offshoot. At least
Okay.
that's what everyone believes.
Okay.
In terms for other crystalline species, there are a bunch in the database, namely the Coquette, which are completely different. And they're more found in the beta quadrants around the Shackleton Expanse.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least they were.
And so what we know about this species is basically what the Admiral knew and what Lieutenant Vogel has studied so far. Is that essentially what we have?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for your input. So can I begin a simple medical scan? See if there's any perhaps resonant frequency. And also, I'm going to computer play La Boheme. See if music will soothe it. So I'll go work on this console and see if I can do a basic scan. See if I can gain some new information.
What sort of information?
Um, well, since crystal beings tend to be more susceptible to sound or resonance, perhaps there's something. Um, I'm trying to perhaps find a resonant frequency that could be considered beneficial or soothing to it. Um, Using I guess, I don't know, would it have genetics? do we have a physical sample of it, other than the being itself?
I think the last orders were not to
Take a sample.
physically touch it. So
But I can at least pull up maybe a schematic of it, or some information about it.
give me reason plus science assisted by the ship's sensors plus science difficulty of 2. Make that 1 because they gave advanced sensors.
All right. Can I use one of my focuses? I don't know about genetics would work, but
No, not in this case. This is
not
a
in
little
this
bit.
case.
I don't really see a.
Mm,
I'll take imaging systems.
okay, because I want to get a good detailed idea of it. Okay, so do we have any momentum?
There should be. Yeah, there's like 6.
Yeah, I'll take one for extra day.
Boop. Oh. Well, the ship helped.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. I don't. Do you have a way to re-roll any of that?
Not without a value, I imagine.
You have. That's
I'm usually I have studious.
A nat 1 and 2 nat 20s.
Studious gives you like a free question. So to get rid of the complication, you would need to. Let's see, you have cautious science, or you would have to spend your determination to re-roll.
I have cautious medicine.
Has to be.
Could spend 4 momentum to quash both of them. It's a lot of momentum gone, but we have enough momentum to do it.
Let it stand. Have some fun.
Yeah, I think that would go perfectly with the way Lieutenant Vogel warned me.
If I have to stun you, I will.
So both complications standing.
How about I just squash one?
Okay. 1 momentum was gained. For the information before the complication takes effect here, Doctor, the imaging scan comes back. It is definitely a crystal-like structure, similar to kind of like Tholians, but not exact. They definitely exist in lower ambient temperatures. But you're reading sort of like a power signature that you can't quite pinpoint. And while you're doing that, and the music is blaring, you start getting a headache and a bit of a nosebleed. And I need both Sarissa and the doctor to make fitness medicine checks, difficulty of 2.
Oh, both of us. Okay.
You're in the room.
I cannot stun. Well, I can stun myself. It's just difficult. I have a 12. Doctor, would you like to go first, or shall I?
Doctor succeeds.
Oh, never mind. The doctor just goes for it. Right. Yes. Oh my god, he's got an amazing fitness medicine. Never mind. I'm the one in danger here. Wow. Okay, I'm buying a dice with momentum. and I'm still not making it. I've got the Queen necklace of fortune to reroll on a failed thing.
Yes, you can reroll 1 dice.
Yay!
As you're doing imaging scans and the music's playing, both of you kind of look and you notice that your nose is bleeding. You got a sharp headache.
So Ursula just put her hand up to her nose for a second and then look at the doctor. Sir, I believe the crystal might be not liking what's happening.
Question. Yes, quite an interesting thing. It does not seem to be liking what we're doing. Is the environmental levels of the chamber that it's in alignment with what it would naturally like the lower temperature you said?
Well, the ambient temperature, like room temperature, it seems to be fine and stable at.
But would it prefer a lower temperature, or is that did I mishear?
No, it's stable at room temperature.
Oh, okay. Computer, turn off the music, please. Well, quite an interesting phenomena here. I'll do a scan on Lieutenant Sarissa. What seemed to have happened? Obviously a nosebleed, but
Both of you are suffering headaches.
but for what reason happened? Like is a blood vessel burst, or there was a increase, like a slight increase in brain pressure, or something like that?
Reason medicine difficulty of 1 to scan Sarissa.
I wouldn't say this is emergency medicine, so a focus probably wouldn't apply.
No, emergency medicine will not apply.
Oh man, they're rolling good tonight.
See, now that you've said that,
Reason plus medicine difficulty 1.
I did.
I don't see it. Oh, there it goes. Roll 20 is being slow. There's a complication.
Like I said, I'm apparently rolling well tonight.
It would appear that there were some blood vessels that ruptured around in the cranium, specifically to deal with the section of the brain that is more responsible for essentially sensory input.
Mm-hmm. So overstimulated, perhaps.
Yes. As for the complication, what do you wish to do about that?
I don't see a laser pointer.
Well, quite interesting. I'm not going to do anything about it. Let us go to the medical bay. I'll take care of your nosebleed, and I'll have to ruminate about this a little bit more.
Doctor, give me another fitness medicine difficulty of 2.
Can I buy a die?
With
From
momentum?
momentum. Yep. Yes. So I can at least get a reroll. Hey, I didn't roll a 20.
You succeed. You still got a headache, and your nose appears to be bleeding even more.
All right. All right. Well, let's head to the medical bay and go from there. All right. Well, thank you. Sorry about your nosebleed.
It's the lightest I've gotten off recently.
Oh, good. Yeah. Fascinating. I'll have to investigate this a little bit more. So yeah, we'll go to sick bay. And I'll have one of the nurses just do a basic fix for me, and then I can work on Lieutenant Sarissa.
While that's going on, we're gonna hop
Yep.
back to the bridge where Vokal's been summoned to the captain's ready room for issuing a formal complaint.
God, I didn't even. I guess maybe I could stop off at the quarters and do it. Chime the door at the captain's ready room.
Come in.
Prax is not doing sound effects tonight. You wish to see me, Captain?
Yes, I just wanted to know the details of the complaint was all, and I take complaints from senior staff particularly seriously, so figured I'd speed it up for you, not make you wait through the operations division. He raised an eyebrow at you because you're the head of that division, so it's like, well, I think you get to jump the queue a little.
It was just a complaint against the desire to study the crystal in the science lab.
Under the auspice that it's too dangerous, I believe, yes? He says, scrolling through the complaint real quick.
Yes, sir.
Well, normally I would have Commander Solon deal with this, but I figured I owed you a certain level of response since I'm the one that ordered the doctor to look into it. That said, I do intend to pass this above me because the complaint's against, well, my order ultimately. And if the Admiralty agrees with your assessment and not mine, then the appropriate action will be taken. Just wanted you to know that. But I'll explain to you that I'm working on very little information, and the best I can do at present is get what little I can when I try to bring them home. I'm working with a species I know nothing about, and even when I talk to the people who were there, there's very little information to be had. That said, I did instruct the doctor to take extra precautions. Although I wasn't aware that you were going to be brought in on it, I might not have suggested that given your history with the experience, but I'm not one to I try not to micromanage the department heads, as you well know.
This whole mission, Captain, has a big case of deja vu for me. I feel if we're not careful that what happened to me might happen to another member of the crew. I got lucky, and the subsect of the Zozak that I encountered was friendly, but I cannot be sure that that is the case with this subsect, especially when the race I know has called them the Dark Ones.
Hmm.
And given how the Orion acted in its presence, I don't see trying to study this as safe, given how that the last time this happened, it broke through every one of my security measures. And I suspect that it may be possible that it might happen again.
Anything else to add, Lieutenant?
No, sir.
Very good. I will consult with the Chief of Security on the matter, and I'll reconsider the study. In light of your personal experience with this species, and frankly, you are my Chief of Operations, it is an unwise captain that ignores their operations officer when it comes to possible, ship operational issues. Even if it is a little outside your bailiwick, it is your personal experience is informative. So, as eager as I am to get information and dive into the chaos, I know that's not everyone's as, perhaps eager is not the correct word, but we'll go with that for lack of a better word.
I just don't want to see what happened to me happen to another member of the crew, Captain.
So noted. Do your duties, Lieutenant. Thank you for your input.
Captain. And Vogel will turn and walk out.
Captain Athaton, Peter, stand by. Dang it. Right. Captain Athaton, computer, summon Commander Solon and Lieutenant Sarissa and send a standby order to the doctor, please, on his current investigation of the crystal.
Lieutenant Sarissa and Dr. Mountain are currently in sickbay.
Athaton to sickbay.
This is Mountain.
Are you all right?
Oh, nothing a little nosebleed and headache wouldn't be considered good. But yes, I have discontinued the study for now to discover the reason why the entity was able to cause, or should I say, discomfort in such a range based on my scanning. So I'm assuming the scans itself are the culprit of the situation. Lieutenant Vogel did warn me, rightly so. So yeah, that is our situation currently.
So both yourself and Sarissa are all right?
Well, just a headache, but otherwise we seem to be okay. Did my scan say otherwise, GM?
You had music and the scans were, and you ran scans on it, and then after that you got the nosebleeds.
Yep. So I had music playing, which I thought might be something, maybe comforting to it or something. But alas, the scans themselves seem to be causing it to want to defend itself. So I discontinued that line of questioning and will look further into different ways to analyze it without probing it, as it were.
Until further notice, Doctor, I'm going to want you to stick with, as you say, in the analysis and no further scan or interaction with the entity until we have a better idea on how to interact safely with it.
Acknowledged.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
believe Commander Solon was being summoned to the ready room.
Ready room, yeah.
Lieutenant Vogel, you have the con. Probably in the ready room.
I Commander.
Chimey, chimey.
I swear that chime sounds different every time. Come in.
You wish to see me, Captain?
Yes, Commander. I'm gonna want you to launch a incident investigation into the research of the crystal that we had aboard. Apparently, there was an accident that occurred, and we also have an official complaint from Lieutenant Vogel, which shortly after that complaint, a safety incident, possibly a security incident, happened aboard ship. So, given that my order is the one that perpetrated that in the end, I'll want a independent investigation launched at some point to look into how we could have handled it more safely without risk of injury or imperilment to our crew. Since I can't launch the investigation, you'll have to choose the appropriate persons to look into it as we continue our mission. And the captain leans back in his chair, shakes his head, like very annoyed with himself.
Very well, Captain. I will initiate an investigation.
Anything to report on the bridge?
Not at this time.
Very good. Till further notice, I want a standing order to be in effect that no one is to investigate to physically interact with the entity we have aboard. If anyone wants to study it, they'll have to do it through what we have already on file. Also, I want the relevant section and deck to be isolated as a high-level biohazard. And security risk, if warranted, but I think high-level biohazard will be more than any security protocol we'd ever enact.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's all, Commander.
Looks like he had to step away.
Oh, well. He's demoted to ensign then. But no. I'll actually walk onto the bridge then. All stations report in. Status, please.
All green.
With that, we're gonna, as the ship reports back, all green. The doctor and Sarissa gets checked out. They had some brain hemorrhaging, and the sensory nodes of the brain. As for that, we're going to change scenes and we're going to jump ahead 2 days. So you go down one momentum. The Tenshi arrives in FGS 93 or -9345. And on the screen, you see a red dwarf star system, or red dwarf star.
All hands, yo alert.
Reason science difficulty of 1 by the ship's sensors plus science.
I'm assuming Cirrus is back on the bridge at this point.
Yes.
I'll use the momentum for a third dice and a reroll.
Boop, boop.
Sensor science from the ship.
Sensors. Science. Bang.
No rerolls needed.
For momentum gained.
That's a much better momentum pool. So Prax, I'm going to start the sensor sweeps, the system first, checking for like the basics, number of planets, etc. Then scanning for ships, and then before moving on to the planet in question. Captain, I'm detecting a Class M red dwarf star, detecting 4 planetoids in the system. 3 are classified Class D, 1 Class L. I'm not detecting any ships or other spatial phenomena in the system.
Is the target? Do the coordinates specify anything, any particular planet in the system, or just the system itself?
Prax, I'm going to go on a limb that it's probably the Class L.
I'm assuming too as well, but
Coordinates were just the system, but conductive reasoning would point to the class L.
Any record of this Class L planet in the database?
Captain, I made a search on that.
Oh.
Previously, there is nothing in the Federation Starbase database about this system. There has been no survey of the system yet. In fact, I would like to request, if time and circumstances allow, that we conduct a scientific survey of the system for Federation records.
Noted. We'll have that as a secondary objective once our primary objective has been completed. Helm, sorry. Khan, please approach the Class L planet, high orbit.
I do have 2 more questions, I believe, if you guys need them.
The crash site. Can you locate that on the planet?
You have to be in orbit.
Oh, okay.
I think you already said that there was no spatial hazards in the area.
Not that I'm detecting, but questions and such.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think of questions. That's usually my first questions if it wasn't already found out.
Warp trails? Any signs of another ship being here recently?
Yeah, there's a question.
Yeah, that's probably a good question. Any signs of recent ship activity?
Yes, one Nebula class Starfleet vessel. It's like other than us.
And I'm not detecting any recent activity in the system, Captain.
Okay.
Not even the Ferengi ship.
If enough time passed, the trail might have died by now.
That was weeks ago. At this point.
Because I think warp trails last for a few days, but that's about
it. Yeah, probably just orbit.
Yeah, I can't think of any pressing question other than that one.
And then once we're in orbit, I'll train every available sensor on the planet.
You move the ship in orbit. On the view screen, you see a rather barren world with mostly rocky, small pockets of vegetation here and there, at least on the view screen. So yeah.
Yep, full sensor sweep of it. Passive active scans, thermal imaging, the works.
There it is.
Reason plus science, difficulty of 1, assisted by the ship's sensors plus science.
I'll use a momentum.
Sensor science from the ship. 2 momentum gained.
I'll reroll the 0 for funsies. I have 2 rerolls. There we go.
You have 2 rerolls.
Technical expertise and
Oh, that's right.
and cautious. This is what my character does.
Yep.
The planet seems to be a run-of-the-mill Class L planet. However, the planet is bombarded with radiation from the red dwarf from time to time. I'm reading pockets of plant and animal life around the water sources, the rivers, lakes, oceans.
What kind of radiation are we talking about, Vogel? Are we looking at a very bad tan, or are we looking at seeing our insides for an extra second or two?
And I got 2 questions asked. So the radiation will be one, and then I have another question I wanted to ask.
Yep, go for it. Go for it.
If they're plants, you'd think it's long-term exposure is the issue, not short-term.
One would hope.
I mean, generally, that's what Class L means: is you can safely spend a very short amount of time on the planet, but you cannot spend long amounts of time on it without medical aid or suits.
Yeah. Heck was I going to look up? Brain just shut off. Fudge. Oh, right. Wait, what? We can't fly those, can we? Okay, I don't think so.
And then just need types of radiation. For second question. Types and, probably types in like how lethal. Currently, the only radiation I'm detecting on the planet is alpha radiation from solar winds.
Oh, okay, so not great on the long term, but not something we have to sweat too hard.
And I'm also detecting a few pockets of the crystal-like structures. And they are consistent with the crystal we have in our science lab, Captain.
Do these crystals speak over subspace? Do you think they respond to a hail? He kind of looks around the room in general.
Can't hurt the open hailing frequencies, Captain.
All right. Put a general hailing. Let's see if anyone down there responds. I hate to send out an away team on a planet that's basically a claimed planet. No, you have to open halls now.
If you believe the Klingons and the Romulans, they're all claimed planets, so...
Well... I think there was one Cation general a long time ago who said anything he could see was his, but which stars that would have been, it would have been rather hard for us to account for.
I'm not receiving any response from the planets, Captain.
Is there any evidence of subspace communication at all on the planet?
Beep boop.
That would have been part of the initial. I mean, not part of the initial game, but that'll be a question. You've asked.
It's not like we don't have the momentum.
Yeah, we can burn a momentum on that
It'd be
one.
a momentum cost.
Sure.
Yeah.
Totally worth it.
Well, wait, have you asked 3?
I'm pretty sure I asked 3.
Yeah,
it's 3.
Oops.
Yeah, the radiation, the crystals, and then if they match. I'm not detecting any type of subspace communication coming to or from the planet.
Are there any artificial structures on the planet or in the surface level, like storage facilities, habitats, anything of that nature? Which, that's burning a momentum. I'm fairly certain.
Scans do not indicate any cities or structures. It seems to be an entirely natural planet. I'm really detecting are the minute traces of plants and animals living around the water sources and the pockets of crystalline structures.
Which could be considered population areas, sir.
Yeah. The problem is they're not talking to us on subspace, but on the other hand, we can't just go down there and say hi, because they are, as far as we know, they're a somewhat aggressive species. They might take us, even us coming down there, as a aggressive act.
Wait, just clarification. This is where they found the crystal, not the home planet of the Dark Ones.
This is where they found the crystal.
Yeah, I think you maybe jump into conclusions here.
Well, I'm not thinking it's a home world, but I'm thinking it's more like a satellite world or a colonized world or something to that degree. The thing is, although that all said, I don't know. That's my biggest problem. I don't know how important this planet is.
At this point, one individual has been found on the planet, and they didn't report finding any other ones. So I don't think you're totally out there to land on the planet, and assume that no one has claimed it yet.
We just need to find the wreck, find the lab, and hopefully get something from that.
Yeah, did we detect, I can't remember, did we detect any signs of technology or underground structures?
So far, no.
Yeah, that's just it.
What is the natural environment of those crystal pockets? Is the environs different than where the plants and animals are, or
Like the biome is there an ideal biome that they like?
seems to be more prolific in?
We have no idea.
Well, I'm gonna try to zoom in on one of the pockets to get a good view of it for everybody.
Any evidence of some kind of cloaking technology that might be interrupting our scans?
Scanning through cloak is a very difficult thing if it's anything advanced. We'd need to know what we were looking for first. I mean, it might be. Orions can have access to a variety of cloaking or sensor scattering technology. It may require a more detailed survey of the planet if there's something down there.
I seem to remember during my mind meld that there was like a destroyed shuttle or something. If this is the same planet, wouldn't there be evidence of that? If what we saw during those images was a true vision of what really happened.
I am detecting higher radiation fields located near the pockets of the crystals.
Tracks, they have to get the energy somehow, and well, if you want a lot of food, high radiation is one way to do it.
What is the nature of the radiation?
Alpha, Doctor, according to what we've heard.
And maybe the entity is hungry that we have on board. I don't recall us bombarding it with alpha radiation recently.
It might be possible that these crystals use alpha radiation as a food source. But it's purely speculation at this point.
Vogel, do you think that if we put a shuttle into a lower orbit and maybe some probes and start surveying the planet in a more at that lower orbit, that we might get higher detail than what the sensors of the ship of the Tenshi are already giving us? Or is that getting closer to the rock, even though we have a perfectly good microscope available?
GM, do I think our sensors are being deflected in any way? I'm not seeing any abnormalities with the sensors, Captain. There are pockets on the planet where the sensors just can't penetrate. But that's mostly due to naturally occurring minerals like carbonite and minerals of that nature. So if there were to be artificial structures, it probably would be around those sites.
All right, I want us to find if there to investigate to see if there's even what lab or tech they may already have and get some of their notes so we can learn something more about these people and what they know. Commander Solon, I want you to assemble a team. I would recommend taking out one of the Type 7s, since you'll have that would give you a variety of tools, and investigate more closely some of these pockets and see if there's anything of note worth investigating. In the meanwhile, I'm going to have the Tenshi send out more probes, some probes to the nearby planets. Maybe by sheer chance, we're actually looking at the wrong planet, but I have a funny feeling this is the right one. If I was going to put a research base anywhere, I'd put it on a place with an atmosphere worth a darn, not some rock world.
Yes, Captain. Dr. Mountain, Lieutenant Vogel, Lieutenant Sarissa, Lieutenant Warren. Acquire what equipment you need and meet me in the shuttle bay.
1 momentum is being spent.
Roger.
Aye, sir.
Chip needs to roll sensor science.
Sensor science, aye.
Is there a
I'll
equipment I
reroll.
can use?
I'll reroll again.
Oh dear.
2 momentum gained.
Huzzah.
A medical equipment to maybe desensitize sensory brain function to some degree, to desensitize it so it may not be as affected by these creatures.
Oh, sort of like an inoculation to resist mental influence. Sort of thing you'd
Yeah.
give someone for defending against Vulcans or other psychic species.
Something like that, yes.
There you are. You guys suddenly hear Vogel say, as people are starting to move to stand up.
What's that,
Go
Lieutenant?
turbulence. I think I've located the shuttlecraft I saw in my vision. It's heavily damaged and it's not emitting any power, but it's definitely there. And I'll pull it up on the screen.
On the view screen appears a slightly large, kind of almost the size of a runabout shuttlecraft. It definitely appears to be heavily damaged. As to the extent of the damage, you would have to go down and investigate.
Well, there you go, Commander. I think the Lieutenant just saved you a bit of globetrotting.
Indeed, I concur.
Well, there's your landing site. In that case, Vogel, hold off on the probe, since this looks like our target.
Oh, and on the way down to the shuttle bay, Salon wants to take a moment, to find a moment to talk to Lieutenant Vogel in private.
Are we paying for EVA suits, GM?
Don't know if we need to.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be one of those situations where we might not need them, but we might just get flash fried if we're here on the wrong day. Like if we get them for free, it's not it's no big thing. But if we got to pay for them, then we might as well just not do it.
But what's medical's recommendation on what preventive gear that we need to protect ourselves from radiation on the planet?
Well, since there is alpha radiation, I would suggest having some sort of protection. Also, the equipment to inoculate us, either before we leave or once we get there. Have that available. Well, yeah, I would suggest having EVA suits just in case.
Assuming you guys are kind of taking your time, then there will be no cost. However, there will be a cost if anything has a. I am blanking now.
Escalation.
Escalation, yes.
Which I don't think it would make any sense to take a personal force field, and Sarissa's the only one who has any use for a rifle.
I don't think we'll need a rifle.
Yeah, you're not one who typically goes in heavy.
Yeah, I agree.
Althatin, would you like me to bring Lieutenant Tyrol or Leith? I mean, I'm kind of, backstory-wise, always willing to drag in another engineer. So, I mean, that gives you the opportunity if you want to bring a supporting character along that kind of fits with the story.
Usually as the cap, I back up from the ship, but having an extra person on the ground does help in case you need somebody.
Well, your character does, but you don't have to as a player.
Oh, I'd like to is the thing as well. But it's one of those. But strategically, it's like it's good to have that in case you actually do need. You don't need a captain. You need like another body on the ground going, "Hey, I'm here to help." Just trying to think who's better to grab. Oh, hell.
It doesn't matter because I'm gonna make them as good as me when it's right.
Pardon me.
It's
I'm
more
actually
about
thinking of
who needs to be upgraded.
Oh, who's the person who needs more upgrades in that case? I was actually thinking of Vori, but Tyrol I don't think has been touched in a while. Yeah, let's get Tyrol down there. Let's get him some away team experience.
Okay, then I'm gonna drag Lieutenant Tyrol along. No gear for me other than EVA suit and Lieutenant Tyrol in his EVA suit.
Are you guys taking the shuttlecraft down, or are you taking a?
I've ordered for a Type 7 to be taken down. That way, if you guys
Yeah.
forget anything, you can grab it from the shuttle.
We also don't want to transport down through all that.
That too.
Radiation sounds bad.
Not to mention, I mean, we'd have to rely on Leith. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but it should be avoided if possible.
So, I'm assuming the doctor, the commander, Sarissa, Vogel, Farron, and Tyrell. Tyrell.
It looks
Sounds
like
like it.
Tyrol to me.
Tyrol, yeah.
I misspoke.
But I'm guessing, so don't mind me.
Yeah, Salon is just at some point going to take Vogel aside and just ensure that she's comfortable going on this assignment, considering her past experiences. If she isn't, then we may take a different science officer.
I'll be fine, Commander. Thank you.
Translation: do you want a promotion or not? No. Keep passing up all these away team missions.
I mean, when the shuttle crashes.
I mean, who's supposed to be flying you guys?
Me.
I can fly. I've got a good con score.
I mean, we both do. Well, how about you take the helm? I'll take the second seat, since I'm better at engineering.
Fair enough.
And I think you have a better daring con in case you need it.
Which, yeah, that's a thing that can come up.
Alrighty.
I will have a focus for it soon as well.
I mean, I do have a focus for it. That's why I normally fly the thing.
I plan on getting one.
Did you
Well,
need a paper rock
I say
scissors
that, but
for
it's-
this?
I mean, I say that, but it's Helm Mops, so no, Cerissa's gonna fly. I'll just assist.
On the job pilot training.
Control plus con difficulty of 1 assisted by these shuttles engines plus con to fly down to the planet.
Sweet. Control, con, da. We'll use momentum.
My question is, are you spending your minor to raise the shields of the shuttlecraft?
There's radiation, so that's a yes.
Never know. A solar flare might crop
Yes,
up
that's
and
a good
kick you
idea.
in your sleep.
And yay.
Come on, shuttle. Roll complication. I believe in you.
Engine's con, right?
Yes.
Oh, the shuttle's called the Indestructible. That's just waiting for it.
It's been around since the engine days.
Oh.
Me and the Indestructible have an understanding, see.
Okay.
You spent a momentum, right? Yeah.
Yes, it did.
4 momentum gained.
It'll get us down to the planet, fine. It's getting back up.
The Indestructible's been destroyed a few times, if I remember. Alright, you have a quite easy and pleasant ride as Sarissa glides you in and lands you fairly close to where the damaged shuttlecraft is at. On the distance, you see, hear and see the sound, or hear and see, a river that runs fairly close to the destroyed shuttlecraft.
Does it look like the one we saw in the vision?
Yes, though it seems a little bit more deteriorated.
Let's
And-
suit up.
By the way, it's a new scene, so you guys will be at 5 momentum.
Okay.
Well, let's put on our EV suits because no point in bringing them if we're not going to use them. Safety first. Not sure that I'm not sure that the shuttle will produce useful information, but let's not pass up the opportunity to give it a scan and see if we can recover its logs before we try to retrace our path back to the.
There's no power to that crashed shuttlecraft.
Oh, no point in that. Well, we
Can I
do it.
can I use 2 momentum to say that I bought some extra power packs?
You'll
Uh,
search the Type 7.
I mean, an advantage or searching the Type 7 for equipment, it doesn't matter to me.
Two momentum would be fine. See if I can't
Yep.
try and steal it from him as soon as he gets back.
Is momentum count correct at the moment?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay, good.
Then yeah, I would like to try to start up. I guess they're in like the reactor is cold, so it's not able to like power itself up. So and I can't
So-
power the whole shuttle on this. So
Real quick,
can I
as
get a
you
panel? Oh, go
when
ahead.
you're walking
Sorry.
around and looking at the shuttle at the actual damaged shuttlecraft, give me a reason plus engineering difficulty of 2.
I don't. Any focuses of mine apply? I don't know what I'm looking at.
Essentially, you're kind of looking around the actual craft itself and analyzing it from an engineering standpoint.
Is it safe to approach? Probably that sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
Can you get an assistance?
Lieutenant Tyrol, would you walk with me?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just gonna
Sorry, Vulcan. Yes, sir.
let me know if you see anything, and I'm gonna use him as an assist, and I'm gonna spend a momentum to give collaboration, so he has my 5. I don't think I have a focus. EPS power systems would be my best shot, but that's only one system on the shuttle. So
Yeah, EPS. Well, this is more of a general thing. So
yeah, the no focus for him unless he has it on his own, but he gets a 5 in engineering.
Starfleet regulation, but this isn't a Starfleet ship, so
Take a threat.
I start spending it. You gain a momentum. So you start walking around the shuttle. You notice that the shuttlecraft has sustained heavy damage from some sort of external force. From where you can tell, like the secondary like explosions were more internal, at least from the actual ship. And as it appears to be safe, you start walking inside the shuttlecraft, and you notice that it seems like many of the internal systems are damaged, and some of them. And then I'll give you kind of the rest of the information. So you can go play.
Can its memory core be retrieved? Or is that among the damaged systems?
I'll have to spend for that question. I'll ask in a second. And this is like an in-character question. Did the Ferengi say anything about salvaging other parts of the shuttle?
They did not. They appeared to be focused on the Orion woman.
Then they either lied or someone else has been here. Or they conveniently forgot to let us know.
What appears to be missing?
GM, the way you wrote that, I take that it doesn't look like anything specifically was gone after. It's just like a general salvage job. Like someone was trying to make some money here.
whatever was easily removable, I imagine,
Yeah, anything that was easily removable.
with an engineering toolkit. Like, pop that out. Away I go.
Yeah, this. I don't think we're dealing with anything specific here, Commander. This looks like what happens if you leave your shuttle unattended on Kronos for too long. Someone just happens by and needs some of your parts.
But the only thing they did not take would be the power system, since that seemed to be what took the largest amount of damage due to the external damage output.
Yeah, Jim, I'd like to spend momentum on ask if you to clarify if I need to by external force you mean weapons fire, or if by external force you're not saying weapons fire because it's not weapons fire.
It's not weapons fire. There's no momentum been like there is no signs of like weapons fire on it. It just like all of a sudden like some sort of force acted upon it and caused containment to be fractured and then it exploded from the inside out.
Can I ask for more information on that force? Like, is there heat damage here? Is it just literally like force as in someone caved a wall in? Like it was hit with a ram or something?
It's pretty obvious that it does not look like heat damage. It's
impact damage.
Yeah.
It's physical. Okay.
So kinetic impact at such a large scale it overloaded it.
Is it consistent with the crash site, or does it look like it happened before the crash?
The shuttle doesn't even look like it really crashed. It's kind of like in a landing position.
Like it landed and then something came down and punched it.
Or something punched it and they had to make an emergency landing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say something, but it was seen in a dream by other people, so I've got no idea about it.
My assumption here is that we had some kind of crystal blow up nonsense, well, not nonsense, but crystal blow up thingies. However you describe that. Something akin, well, I don't know, we've seen crystals blow up before because they got mad at us.
The lithium crystals blow up if we're given enough stress.
Yeah, but they don't do it just to spite you. I feel like these crystals do it to spite you. Yeah, then I'm gonna try. Is it, as long as it looks safe, like I'm not gonna get blown up by touching this thing, I'm gonna try to power up any of the consoles that look like there's any chance. If there's nothing that looks like it even remotely would work, then, that's different.
There doesn't appear to be anything workable in the shuttlecraft itself.
Are there any like removable memory components that can be taken and analyzed somewhere else with a working console?
It looks like either the memory was taken or too badly damaged to be kind of workable.
I am curious, from the scavenge, is it possible the scavenge was the difference between scavenging like someone who knew what they were doing and they were taking apart their own ship, or it was someone else that was rapidly, didn't care, they were scuffing whatever they could and just ripping out everything they could get their hands on? Difference between a controlled disassembly and a strip down job.
Insight plus engineering difficulty of 2.
I'm rocking a 13.
I'm at like a 12. You're one better than me.
What is your insight?
8.
Okay.
Tyrell's not a very insightful Vulcan.
Then I'll take help from Tyrell again to walk through this and spend a momentum to get him up to a 5. And
I said, there we go.
Because I have yet to see repercussions from spending threat, I'm going to keep doing it. And keep one more.
I'm going to spend a threat and increase the complication range by 1.
Oop.
So comp 2.
I have seen the errors of my ways. I take that back. No lessons learned.
you gain the momentum back, and it definitely appears that someone took their time to take out these components. Like, it wasn't a rush job. They were very methodical, and it's like they weren't, being rushed to do what they did.
Can I figure out what they wanted?
It appears that everything that could have been potentially, from the look at, like, you can tell everything that was damaged was left behind. Anything that could have been potentially usable was taken.
Usable in any sense of the word. So they weren't looking for anything specific. They were just looking for anything of value. 'Cause
Anything worth
the damage stuff isn't valuable anymore.
in low value stuff like the hull plating itself and stuff. It's like you could carry that, but it's not really worth your time to bother hauling it.
If I had replacement parts, would I get anything of value out of it? Like, is there a computer that might be workable if I had certain parts, or
No.
we're kind of on a dead end? Yeah.
Yeah, you're on a dead end there.
The core is gone.
The core has been destroyed.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, I did not anticipate finding anything useful, but it was worth the time to check.
Mm-hmm. Also, no
So-
survivors. So, well, those left behind. Survivor would be the incorrect word.
There's no one. Yeah, there's no one dead either, so we shouldn't say there are no survivors.
I thought that the crash landing used the parts to build a base.
As you are looking through things, Doctor, give me insight medicine difficulty of 1.
There's blood all over the ground.
There's a skeleton there.
Oh, that would be. That would be
There's a body right there under that leaf.
This is for inside the shuttle, by the way.
Inside.
I just
okay.
imagine we're all kind of like examining the shuttle, and the doctor just like leans down and intently looks into like the skeleton's eyes and be like, "Ah, yes, a dead person."
He just picks up the skull.
This is not the dredger's. Yeah. I will leave it there.
All right. So you said insight medicine.
Difficulty 1.
Let's see. I'll take a. Is there any my focuses that might apply?
You're also currently at 3 momentum, by the way.
Could I use one of the momentum?
No, I just got it.
There is no focus.
Okay. Ooh. And I'm gonna re-roll 1. Get it right back.
Sorry, typey.
Sir, it appears that there are some stasis pods They're not connected. Appears to be several of them. Should be in this pod, or in this shuttle, but they're not here. So maybe there was some sort of... they were taken along with the other stuff?
Perhaps.
Can I?
I seem to
Like-
remember there being stasis pods in the laboratory. Do you remember that, Lieutenant Vogel?
I do believe there was.
Is it possible to see if like proper procedures were followed to like end stasis on these pods, or is this like just a break them open job?
The pods were missing, are technically missing.
Oh, they're not
it's
there. Okay.
The parts that would technically go to stasis pods, like the doctor just knows, like, oh, this belongs to like a stasis pod, because it's most stasis pods would have this particular component to it. And
This is where a stasis pod would plug in, but there's something not plugged in, sort of thing.
Yeah, there's several of them that should be there, but are not. The parts and connectors are gone. Interesting. Did your vision have these stasis pods in it, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
Did you see what might have been in them?
There's a who, I don't know. Couldn't interact with the environment, so I couldn't go much further than that.
So who was in the stasis pod then?
I don't believe we have a way of knowing of that at this time. So make note of the connection between this ship and what the stasis pods. Perhaps we can, if we find stasis pods in the laboratory, should we find it, maybe we can verify that they came from this shuttle.
Aye, sir. So noted.
If there is nothing else that we can learn here, Lieutenant Vogel, do you believe with my assistance we may be able to retrace our path back to the laboratory?
I'm running an active scan trying to locate the cave entrance now, Commander.
Reason con difficulty of 2.
Let's use a momentum. Oh,
Wish to exceed a cost.
yes.
You locate where the cave entrance at, but it takes you across a riverbed.
Looks like the cave entrance is just across the river there.
Very well, let's proceed that way. Lieutenant Sarissa, take the lead.
Yes, sir. And then I'm going to look at the river and try to figure out how
You're in a
deep
neat-
and fast it's going. Yeah, like I'll try to judge its crossability.
Insight con, maybe?
I think an insight con or science difficulty 2 to figure out which is the safer path to cross.
Oh, definitely not science. Given I am looking around and trying to locate such a thing, would investigative techniques work as a focus?
No.
I tried.
You have survival?
No, I do not
Okay.
have survival on Sarissa. However, I do have an idea, and that would be using the value of keen ears will reveal much, in the sense of being able to listen where the water is going faster and where the water is going slower. It's actually quite useful for telling these kind of things out.
No.
I tried. I don't have a terrible insight con anyway. I'll throw a threat into momentum at it because we don't want to just flounder here. Ha!
You succeed. However, there's a complication. This path here seems to be. You have a path here and a path here. That definitely seem like it's the closest. However, you're not able to judge how deep the water actually is. It does seem to be moving slower here and gaining speed as it kind of comes around the bend. It's kind of picking up momentum as it's traveling.
Oh, okay.
So there's a little bit of a turbulent vortex going on here.
That sounds like fun. Right, I'm going to try and tentatively cross across here then.
Which way?
The lower half of it. Here. The water's going this way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's best not be fall here and then go into this spin circle there, and then, yeah, so we'll just go through here. The benefit is, once I'm across, I can help other people across potentially.
Ooh. This is gonna actually be fitness con difficulty of 1, complication range of 2.
Okay.
You're in EVA suits, so
Yeah, I have athletics as a focus.
I don't know if athletics would help you in this. Are you trying to jump
Swimming is
across?
an athletic skill.
I suppose if you're swimming across an EVA suit. It's really difficult.
And, have a threat for that. Why not? Let's see. There we go. I'm having the thing of I'm spending it and then just being like, yeah, the third one's not going to hit anyway.
Alright, well, you get it back. The momentum.
Yep.
And you manage to make it across.
Hey, I'll wave other people across and see if I can't give them a hand in doing that, actually.
How are you going to help them?
Let's see.
How far across is it?
Hang her tail across the bank.
It's not too far across. Like you're looking at 4 meters. Actually, probably a little bit longer. 4 or 5 meters. It's about 15 feet.
Okay, we've got a nice sized tree here. Is there any sizable branch that could be located to just reach out and help guide people across?
Those trees are not trees.
Oh.
They're giant crystal formation trees. They kind of go up and spider out like trees.
Let's not use that.
How deep is the water?
Sarissa never touched the bottom, so
In that case, I have an idea. I have a focus in instruction, so could Sarissa potentially assist by having done it herself, instructing others in how to deal with the crossing themselves.
Sure.
I'm assuming that'd be presence or something instead.
Yes, it would be Presence Con.
Okay.
Assuming you're able to instruct them precisely on how to. Actually, no, it'd be control command.
Okay.
Control command for this. Actually, if you're because you're instructing them to how to get across from essentially.
Yep.
Here to here.
Hey, let's go.
All right, Lieutenant Vogel, go ahead and cross.
What's the roll?
Fitness Con. Difficulty of 1. Complication range of 2.
I use the momentum.
There is a complication, and you gain 1 momentum.
Yeah, we get to have fun with that.
Well, you succeed. You do get across. However, complication wise is the one of the valves wasn't properly fully sealed in your suit, and your suit has taken on water, and you are extremely heavy, as the water has built up inside the suit, and you are soaked pretty much from, I want to say head to toe, but it is above your waist. Put it that way, in the suit. Filled with
So your pants are flooded.
a little bit more open than that, but yeah.
Flooded again?
Nope, the doctor seems pretty hardy. Doctor?
Oh, sure.
And you guys are going to see Vogel trying to get some water out of the whatever seal.
You're gonna have to take off your suit for that. So.
So, fitness
Fitness,
con, you said?
difficulty of 1, complication range of 2.
Can I take a momentum?
No, can't have it. It's mine.
Okay.
Should just take the EVA suit off now. It's already compromised.
Yeah, but radiation is damage over time, so it would make sense to put it back on.
Did I make it across?
Yeah, you make it across and you get the momentum back.
And I'll help you with your EVA suit. See, you forgot this little thing here. Yeah.
Lieutenant Lauren?
Take a threat. It is really low chance that I'd make it. Yeah.
Made it. You make it across. 2 momentum gain.
And instant draw.
Excuse me, sir. I'm a lieutenant. Unless I'm being demoted.
As of this moment.
So far, no.
I don't know. Depends on whether or not you get across the.
I don't believe that's within regulations, sir, but I will indulge your levity.
I'm trying. It's a new thing.
It doesn't become you, sir. Spend a momentum to buy a die.
What focus are you using?
Instruction.
Oh. 2 momentum gained.
I will spend momentum a momentum as well. My attempt to cross the river.
Come on, crit fail this. Just get swept away. I
I
believe in you. Aw.
Well,
Darn it.
you missed the episode where they dealt with the plant, the plants that tried to kill him. He got almost swept away. But 2
The
momentum
both of
gained.
us crit failed like 4 different times.
Everyone makes it safely across the river. Vogel is soaked. What do you wish to do about the suit?
Is there a type of purge valve for the water?
I will spend threat to say no.
Or if there was, it's broken.
Is there a way for me to use my expertise in the technology?
Experimental
To,
technology. No, like the mechanism is broken
broken. Okay.
Is it possible to be repaired?
on the ship.
Well,
Yeah, it
we'll
sounds
keep an eye
like
on
you're
you.
SOL.
So I'm going to
Well-
take a medical scan of them right now, so I can get a reference for later on, over time, if the EVA suit was absolutely necessary.
I mean, you can take the boots off and drain the water that way.
Have
That's
you,
basically what I want to do. If I
my
could
hand-
take like the boot off and just like turn them over and get the water out.
For a
That's
momentum,
basically what I want to do.
for a momentum, you can do that and get the water out. You're still gonna be kind of like soaked inside the suit, but
Yeah, that comes with the territory of swimming and getting hit by a rock.
yeah. Complication is like as you were swimming across, you skirted a rock, it broke the mechanics, and water flooded into your suit and made it across. But it could have been really bad if you guys swept away in the currents because you could have drowned in the suit.
Okay, taking the boot off thing. That's how you get all that accumulated sweat out of your mop gear. All right, let's proceed to the cave. Sarissa, take the lead.
Cave is that away.
I'll just kind of walk with Sarissa, being like, it's this way.
I'll keep an eye out for anything obvious, but
Salon takes up the rear to, watch our back trail.
Make sure the meat
Well,
shield's in front of you. Got it.
were there any... did you see in your dream, vision, whatever you would call it, security measures inside?
Not that I noticed.
I did not notice any either.
Alright, well, might as well take a check. Safe than sorry.
But do keep in mind, I was not able to interact with the environment, so there could be automated stuff, just nothing I could see.
Yeah. But it's like, I'll scan for things like pressure plate or tripwire traps, things that perhaps not necessarily visible, but also wouldn't have been interacted with by people who are not physically there.
So in essence, we're gonna have the thief check the traps.
I am not a thief. I'm sounding like a Khajiit now. Go away.
Would you like some skooma?
Khajiit
It's
has
good,
words.
yes.
Roll
Yes,
a
please.
perception check. I mean, insight plus security difficulty of 1.
Investigative techniques? Question mark.
Sure.
Bold security, 1 threat. Reroll because fishing. A.
4 momentum gain. There are no traps. But as you go to the cave entrance, it looks like there was something there, but it is no longer there.
So there was, but there is no longer, and it has been deactivated by someone else.
It looked like there was a device along the cave wall at the entrance of it. It just no longer is present. Like you can see the drill hole marks, where it
It's
was
like
placed
not
in
like
there.
it was activated, like it was just taken away.
Yes, like it was taken away.
Okay. Mildly concerning. Are there any kind of footprints or tracks or anything like that? I don't know if the soil can hold things like that, but it's worth seeing.
You don't see any.
Okay.
It's pretty dry and arid, so tracks are kind of.
There was something here, but I cannot tell you how recently it was removed. If you can recall it being there or not, that might give us a point of reference, but I know that might be a long ask.
You're going into the cave.
Yes.
You enter the cave. It is very similar as to what you saw in your vision, Vogel, and you saw through Vogel, so on. You definitely feel that it is more of damp and cold as you enter inside the cave.
Except those people wearing EVA suits.
The temperature readout will read that the humidity level is higher, as well as it is the ambient temperature has dropped a couple degrees.
I will cry a small tear for Vogel having to deal with the cave.
Vogel put her suit back on. It's just
Oh,
she drained all the water. It's just the suit is trying its best to keep its temperature.
And I'll pull out my tricorder, scan for where the location is, and be like, this way, let's get this over with.
Vogel here rushing the party.
Vogel has the reason to rush the party.
All right, which way do you go?
this way.
Going south?
South is Vogel's color, yeah.
Who's ever forward, give me insight security difficulty of 2.
Who's what, sorry?
Whoever is in front, insight security difficulty 2.
It's probably me, so. So 12. I'll use 3 momentum. And use 2 to quash it.
You gain 2 momentum.
Yeah, we're still at 3.
Vogel, as you walk deeper, you notice, you kind of hear something scurrying, and as you look up, you see two giant spiders come down from the cave mouth, top of the cave. The yeah. And they don't look mighty fine of you. So we're in combat. So you guys get to go first.
Oh, that's
Shall I?
Do your thing.
Yeah.
Roll
Usually-
initiative. No, sorry. Whoever's going first.
Yeah, I'll go. Is it a minor to move as a single zone, or
It is.
so move beside Vogel, and then pay for a minor to draw the phaser.
So 1 momentum spent.
Yep. And I have a good reason for this, I swear. Small arms, control security.
Difficulty is 2.
Yep. Bold, because I am bold security, and that. To hit that one.
Which one?
The one to our south.
2 momentum gained. Roll damage. I believe it is type 2, so
I just need to change that name, and there we go.
ouch.
That is a little bit of an ouch.
That is a little bit of an ouch. That's 6, 8. These guys don't have it. It goes down.
Whoa. Whatever.
Kind of. Assuming it's stunned and it kind of just curls up and flips over.
I can either protect Vogel with a momentum or shoot the second thing with 2.
Just with task it.
Swift task it, okay.
2 momentum spent.
I say anyway.
You're the one that it concerns, so. And then threat. Same thing. Same roll. No, different roll. Wow, okay, I just
Did
reversed
3.
the roll.
So 2 momentum gained, unless you have the.
Nope, I do not have that specific talent.
That's 4. Still up.
Yeah,
Reroll fails.
yeah. Which is 4. There we go.
And it goes down. He seems minor disease. Who's next?
Can I
Still
go
in combat?
Oh, we are still in combat.
Oh,
So
I have a
um,
1 momentum protect Vogel.
yeah, I'm gonna take. I'll go and I'll do a ready action if another spider drops down, I guess.
So it goes either to them or one of you have to spend to keep the initiative.
Sarissa has quick action, don't they?
I do have quick action.
And
Yes. I'm gonna do quick action, and then I'm gonna use my minor to. Well, I'm not gonna use my minor because I don't have anything to use. Yeah, I'm just gonna prepare. If another spider drops down or something, I'll shoot it.
prepare minor action. Ready? Pass to them. I'm gonna spend 2 threats. Your prepare minor action will pop for this as you are repairing. You look up and you see one start coming down on its web at you above.
Why do it have to be spiders?
Minor to charge for vicious.
So 1 momentum.
No, I didn't use my minor. Before.
Your minor's to prepare.
Yeah, minus per 2 prepare.
Oh, okay.
I don't think.
Yeah, it's the minor is to prepare the action. 220.
I'm not worried about it anyways.
We have the momentum to burn, so it's not like we're hurting.
Yeah, I thought that was a test though. Like you prepare the task.
You use your minor to prepare the task, so you're delaying, like you're waiting for a condition.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking ready.
Yeah.
Ready and prepare are the same thing, aren't they?
No, well, one's a minor.
Oh, whoops.
Oh, I'm confusing. I wanted to hold my action by like giving you the trigger and saying what I was going to
Oh.
do.
Yeah, that's ready. You described ready. Prepare is like I need to prepare this weapon to fire.
Or I need to start getting ready to open this door, and it takes time to prepare
Oh,
it to
that's-
open. Okay.
That's if you like a weapon has like calibration.
No,
Oh,
no, calibration is different.
but still.
Double check.
Because yeah, ready is a character declares that they are waiting for a particular situation or event to occur before attempting a task. And it must be chosen when ready is declared. When a triggered situation occurs, the character with the ready task temporarily interrupts the acting character's turn to resolve the ready task. Once it's
Okay.
resolved, the events continue as normal. If it doesn't occur before their next turn, it's lost, basically. But yeah,
That's the
he
downside,
just
yeah.
described. Yeah, he just described ready. That's why I was.
Okay, never mind.
confused on what was happening.
So you what's your
I'll
minor?
spend it. Oh, then I'm gonna charge for vicious.
You didn't declare you had your phaser pulled out, so it's the rest of
Okay,
your
then I will.
Straw.
Then I will spend to pull the phaser out and use my minor to charge it.
Okay, what are you charging for vicious?
Yeah.
All right. This is gonna be difficulty 3, control plus security, since it's in close range.
Then I'm going to.
Oh.
Since it's kind of bearing down on me, determination on nothing is as bad as fire starter, since I'm standing my ground and trying to shoot.
Sure.
I mean, yes, spiders are not as bad as.
Come at me, Spider. I've faced worse.
It's 4, so 1 momentum gained. Roll 5 challenge
Ooh.
dice.
It's gonna be a train. Ooh, we're gonna spend the momentum I earned on a reroll.
Rolling 3. That is enough to stun it as it drops and falls to the ground. They should take fall damage. That's an extra one. Not enough to really kill it. Technically they can't go because it's
You have 16 momentum. 8 of them could just appear.
I know. I have to.
Actually, for 12, we could be carried away by the spider swarm to the Spider Queen.
I was about to
Spider
say,
mother
for,
appears.
for 6 momentum, 3 of them can appear, and then 10 momentum, you could end the scene and just have whatever you want happen.
Giant spider leg comes out.
Very different story all of a sudden.
The giants, but no. Well, I'm gonna spend threat to keep the initiative.
You don't need to. It passes to you because it was after
No,
my turn.
it was wow.
Ready comes with it interrupts whatever action for you to go. So
Oh,
it was still
actually his
it was
turn.
his
Yeah.
turn. Yeah.
That's why ready firing on you is bad. It's like, oh, I just lost my turn, and they got to hurt me. Great.
You only lose your turn if
Oh,
you
you only
become
lose your turn if
unconscious.
you're down. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're still up, then you're just angry.
Solon.
What's you get for staying in the back row?
Nerve pinch it.
Oppose daring security as a spider comes down and tries to bite you.
No, let it bite you. That's how you get powers.
Daring security.
Hey, I'm going to spend that momentum for an extra die.
I will spend a threat. And I'm going to make this lethal because these things are hungry.
Oh shit!
So what we're going to find empty stasis pods because the spiders ate them.
Wow, that's actually a really good roll. Gotta be
Hey, considering
3.
how bad my daring security is, I did pretty good.
I've not seen the roll.
Therefore, it's all zeros, and actually, no, it's all 20s.
Solon just immediately dies to a spider.
He wouldn't die unless his stress zeroed out, and then the GM would probably still give the doctor this scene to figure it out.
Did you roll?
Oh, yeah, I did. It took a little while, but I got 3 1s.
Yeah, roll
Yeah.
20 being weird.
Yeah, it's not showing up for. Make sure you still see all of our names at the bottom. You may have
Yeah, I
been
do. I didn't see mine before the roll, so let me try this again.
I think that's because you're looking at
There.
the GM roll.
Oh, that's
Oh, I was looking at the GM roll.
Daring con, not security.
It's daring security. What is your security score?
Same, 2.
2 threat gained.
Oh.
You have a resistance of
1.
1.
That is
Which-
Suit.
4.
It was nice knowing you, Salon.
Yeah, we're all intently looking at that threat right now.
It's like, the spider. The spider.
yeah.
Gets
one threat and he goes down.
It's only 4. I'm still up.
at the moment.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll spend the threat to do an extra damage to make it 5. It will cost you 4 momentum or 4 threat to stay up, or a point of determination.
Because of the 10.
The point of the determination is not the good idea. It's really not.
You'll be walking wounded.
Well, no, you just put your self closer to death by doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Does he still get the normal avoid?
Yes, it's
He
either
does. It's just expensive.
Yeah, it's because it's intense and there's 2 effects, so it's 4 momentum or 4 threat, which it's only be 4 threat, or the determination.
Firestarter was still worse. You had me pay like 10 threat to avoid an injury with Firestarter.
Firestarter was,
That was with
one thing taking on like 5 of us.
It still cost about
It was-
10 to avoid the injury, and I had tough. So
That's
it
what I'm
cost
saying.
less.
It's so much worse than this.
Give it
I'm
time.
not dead. I'm not dead because I still got some stress. I'm not dead if I don't spend that. I'm not real hot.
If you don't spend it, you become unconscious, and the doctor has till the end of the scene to heal you.
It
The
is
unconscious, not
lethal.
injured. Oh, it is lethal, right?
It is important that the doctor heals you, but you will not instantly die if you just go unconscious.
All right, I'm going to let Slime go unconscious because the way things are going, I'm not going to give Prax 4 more threat.
Yeah.
The spider takes out Salon.
All right, Salon is knocking on heaven's door. Got it.
Lieutenant Tyrol, that means it's time for you to do some heroics here to take out that spider.
Time to put Tyrol on a roll.
So
As
fitness con to sprint out the room, right?
As a spider comes down and grabs a hold and bites into, piercing the suit of Commander Solon. And I don't think Vulcans do death screams, so.
But Lieutenant Tyrol's direct superior kind of has like for Klingon culture, so the penalty for running is going to be pretty steep.
Penalty for running, anyways, kind of.
It wasn't a retreat, it was a tactical withdrawal. Different.
It's called
Um,
abandoning your post.
It's not an execution for treason. It's just a slight disheading.
but yeah, I'm gonna have to roll take out his type 1 phaser.
All right.
Ooh, yeah, because he's not senior staff.
Nope, and he wasn't issued a type 2.
He can charge though.
There's no momentum.
You can wing it.
Gonna give you a threat to aim.
Okay.
Rerolling that 0 because of aim.
Gain a
Oh my
momentum.
god.
Roll damage. Let's see what the 4 stress or 4 challenge dice does. That is 3.
Rerolling the misses.
That is 4 stress on it.
Have 2 threat. Swift tasking.
Give 1 and buy a damage.
Well, Prax usually doesn't let us buy damage
True.
with threat,
Yeah.
so I wasn't gonna go down that rabbit hole.
I'll let you do minors and stuff like that.
So swift task, diff went up by 1, so I'm going to give you 1 threat for a die and 1 threat for aim. So total 4 threat, I think I just gave you.
Yes, but I'm spending 2 of that. The last 2 you just gave me to increase the complication range by 1.
Sure.
Complication, you hit Solon with it, as it's kind of.
Do I get a promote? Does Toro get a promotion if he does that? Just curious.
This is not the mirror universe.
Yeah. So long.
Difficulty 3, so that hits. That is 3 stress to it. Earlier, it is still up.
I'll go on a limb and give you 1 more threat to reroll that whiff.
Do we have a gain? We gained a momentum from the roll because there's only difficulty 2.
It's a difficult three versus four.
Would you allow a threat to keep the initiative?
We still have quick to action. It's still the first round of combat.
Oh,
Quick
yeah.
action.
Then you might want to just let the doc take over here.
I'm worried. The reason I'm so pushing so hard, so I'm trying to clear it so he's not under threat when he tries to heal him.
Well, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm afraid if it goes back to, if it attacks Solon again, then Solon's in that 5 minutes or death territory. So
real quick, I will tell you have to roll 2 if you want to stun it.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get lucky here, but
Alright.
we have quick action, so we'll pass on. We can pass it to the doctor anyway. So either way.
Or
Are
Vogel.
you gonna give me a threat to reroll that 0?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll reroll the 0.
Ooh.
Nice.
And you managed
Amazing.
to use stun it.
Doctor, situation seems clear. Please help the commander. I think he's injured.
Judging by the puncture in his EVA suit, I would agree.
And there's a spider laying on top of him that's stunned.
All right, I will gently brush it aside and help Solon.
Ah, it actually explodes. Sorry.
So we're still in combat, so minor action to get to the commander.
Okay. And what is the task to revive him or give
Or
him hit points?
stabilize.
Stabilize him.
That will be a first aid task. So it's gonna be daring plus medicine, difficulty of 1.
I have emergency medicine.
That will apply.
Great.
No, before you touch the spiders, that they are living landmines.
Kaboom.
What's
There is no momentum, so
Is the doctor a lieutenant commander?
A full commander.
Full commander. Okay.
all right. So 2 die and a focus applies. Is a complication range 1 still?
You know what? Since you asked, I'm gonna spend threat to make it come to.
I will. Can I use my determination then to
What value?
driven to ease suffering?
Driven to ease suffering.
Even though he's unconscious, he is suffering, even though he doesn't know it yet.
Suffering when he wakes up.
Uh,
At this point, he's not going to wake up.
Sure, I will allow it. Don't forget to roll 1 challenge dice for veteran.
Okay.
If they make sure you hit enter.
0
Right,
dice.
enter.
Like in the there. I do not get your determination back, but go ahead and roll. There you go. 2 momentum gained. 3 momentum gained. You stabilize the commander, so he's no longer dead, but he's still unconscious. You can spend 2 momentum to bring him back into the fight right away.
I will do so.
So you're currently at 1 momentum. And Solon, you wake up after having a spider next to you. It goes to them.
Are you all right, Commander?
I seem to be better now. Thank you, Doctor.
Of course.
So it's spiders go.
My EVA suit appears to be compromised, however.
To say the least, yes.
I'm waiting for the next spiders to... Oh, yep, high vocal.
Another one crawls across the top and comes down and spend an extra minor for extra movement. Leaps at Vogel, daring security.
Didn't you do some type of protective thingy?
Yes, I did. When you make a successful attack, you may spend 1 momentum to protect a single ally within close range. Vogel. The next attack against that ally before the start of your next turn increases in difficulty by 1.
Okay, so I have to roll an extra successful whatever Vogel rolls.
Mhm.
I will make this deadly by spending another threat, and I'm gonna roll. Why not? 3 challenges. Total 4 dice.
I'll use the momentum, give you 2 threat.
Ugh.
Ooh, that roll.
Vogel!
That roll.
Vogel wins, though.
Vogel does win.
Wow.
There is a complication. There is a momentum gained. What do you wish to do about the complication?
Nothing we can do. Oh, I suppose determination or something, I guess.
I'm gonna re-roll. If you accept the value, nothing is more important than the mission.
Losing the science officer could be kind of bad for us. Or the ops officer, either way.
The one who knows what they're
This is
doing.
Really, like, this is a mission you're not really wanting to be on in the first place. I'm gonna say no.
Using my own logic against me. Will you take the momentum and a threat?
What about your first value? I mean, Montana has spiders, right? Sorry.
Plus, that are not a meter a meter big.
You haven't been to Montana recently, have you? You can't disprove me.
It's in Australia that they're that big. Come on.
I don't know.
You're thinking the Middle East.
Yeah, it's the middle of the Eastern Americas, right?
It's not even close to the middle of the Eastern Americas, though.
Shh, maybe the
Montana-
no geography.
Montana is the
Canadians.
opposite of that.
it.
Considering I live in the Middle Eastern part of the United States, so
I used to.
no, I will not accept it.
What are you not accepting?
You asked me if you could spend one momentum and I take a threat to avoid the complication.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll take the complication.
Complication is your suit is torn even more and does not offer you any more protection.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I wanted to take this thing off anyway.
You lose the resistance from it. So, but you do win. So roll 3 challenge dice.
Come on, 3 2s. That is missing one. I love when the dice are weird.
Yeah, it's the sheet bugs out.
Spit one for damage.
There's 4.
Yeah, I'll use the momentum you didn't want to take to give me another damage.
See, this is why I don't take. You as it rips part of your suit, you slug it with your hand, and you knock it off and hits the rocks, knocking it out.
It's not taking any of my scores. That's interesting.
Doctor, I believe the commander still hasn't gone yet. Commander Solon, it is your turn.
Nor has Vogel.
Well, not seeing any spiders, I will ready in action, I guess. Looking for spiders coming from behind and above us, and ready my phaser to zap them as they appear.
Do you wish to retain the initiative one last time?
Quick to action.
Retain it to who?
Vogel hasn't
Vogel.
gone.
Sorry, you're right. Yeah.
I guess that would allow Vogel to do the same thing I did. So,
If Vogel would indeed like to do the same thing. While they are testing all of their weapons.
Do what?
We have quick to action, so if you would want to take that and do your turn for whatever you might wish your turn to be.
All right.
Probably not moving out of close range of Sarissa.
What I could do, or what I was thinking about doing, was using my minder to draw my phaser, and then I would like to scan for more of these blasted things, possibly to give us an advantage in seeing them before they come down right on top of us.
Reason plus science or medicine difficulty 2.
Take a threat. I don't think sensor ops would apply here.
No.
Oh, here goes nothing.
You have xenobiology.
No, I think I got rid of that actually.
Okay. You're detecting a bunch of life forms within inside here, but you do detect a larger one. They're kind of small, on a small scale, that exist up in the sort of ceiling portion of the cave or cavern. And there's a larger one over by on top behind the lieutenants.
Mm-hmm.
Just one that'll pose a threat, or like multiples?
One that will be posing a threat.
What lieutenants?
Both of those.
There's 3 of us.
Farron and
Like here then.
Yes.
what the bloody hell is her name?
Farron.
Lieutenant.
Farron, above you.
With that, it passes to the spiders.
Oh, that was
And-
helpful.
It's supposed to create an advantage, so you'd be able to
Oh, okay,
see
okay.
them. Is what
Yeah.
I was trying to do. So it wouldn't like catch you by surprise.
Okay, that's good.
I will make it
That's-
easy for the two of them. Like, it reduces the difficulty by 1 when it comes down. So the other one, spider, comes out and lounges or jumps at Toral.
Do I get to use my ready to action to zap it?
You can. You have to spend your minor to draw your weapon.
Well, I said on my action that I was drawing my phaser and readying the.
Well, you okay. That's fine. Yes, you can shoot at it. Difficulty 2.
I'm gonna give you a threat. 'Cause,
Okay, give me a threat.
yeah,
I spent 2
my,
keep
my,
the difficulty at 2, by the way.
say my daring and security sucks, so I gotta
It's
take
control.
all the chances I can have.
It's control.
Control security. It's control.
Well, that's
security
slightly
difficulty
better. So I don't want anyone else to suffer under my command. I'm gonna spend to the value duty to ship and crew above all. Is that
Sure.
acceptable?
2. That's acceptable.
All right, that gives me 2 successes plus 3.
Gain a
Yeah.
momentum. Roll. It will be so
That was
I
pretty
need
bad.
3 more challenge dice. Well, sorry. That's for veteran. So you do not get to keep.
But 3 challenge dice for the damage.
5 for the phaser because it's type 2, so 3 plus 2. It's only 3 damage to it.
Spend 1 to reroll the fails, maybe.
Can I do that?
Yes, you can spend 1 momentum to reroll 2 of the challenge dice.
I shall do that.
Oh, darn it!
It's 4. It's still up. In which case, it's going to act. Oppose daring security.
Oh, it's
Uh,
attacking her. Oh, my poor superior officer. Oh, I feel bad for her.
I mean, if I could taunt the spider into attacking me instead, I would.
No, it's they're not that smart. It's they're attacking the other Vulcan.
So much for your collaboration. No,
Spending a threat for lethal, and I will
Hey.
spend.
what did I ever do to you?
These are deadly, man. All right.
Exist.
Yeah. I guess this is a hint to Lieutenant Sarissa that we need someone with collaboration security.
Uh,
Honestly, we could all be like some like Delta Force like SEAL Team 6 shit if you had collaboration security.
Sorry.
3
3 for 2. Yes. Math.
I'm trying to get rid of threat. Complication. You actually gain 2 momentum because you had advanced warning from Vogel. So lower the difficulty by 1. There is a complication.
I'll quash my own complication.
All right. Roll 3 challenge dice.
Take that.
You got a knockdown.
It's true. Ha!
It is knocked down.
Not sure what a prone spider looks like, but I'll take it.
All its legs are flat. It goes on its back. Flips on its back.
Yeah.
You know what? I will spend 2 threat to swift tasks. I will spend another threat for extra minor to get up. And I will spend another, why not, 2 threats to, it's going to lunge at, it's mad at the troll.
Anger is illogical. If it was a lot calmer, it wouldn't have attacked me. Would have attacked the commander. He's already
It's
hurt.
a spider.
You should mind meld with it and tell it that.
I would, but I don't have that talent. Have 3 threat again. Because I need the dice, because my dice are garbage with this guy, because he's still not security. Yeah.
You succeed. Gain a momentum. It's increased difficulty for the spider.
Imagining his defense is more just random flailing than anything else.
Swatting it away, because in an Eva suit, clumsily trying to hit this thing.
But he's Vulcan, so we all assume it's a martial art, I guess.
I took a Tai Chi course once. Does that
it's-
count?
So it's still up. That's 2 stress to it. So
And it's knocked down again. Wow.
it's knocked down again.
Where are we at in the initiative? Do we have anybody left?
Nope.
It's top of the round, so you guys get to go now because Spider went last.
Last one
I
left.
would like to stomp on the spider.
Go ahead.
Oppose dairy security.
I would like to spend determination on I can do this the Starfleet way or the Klingon way.
Yes,
It's like
yes, that will work.
Well, but does this count as a lethal attack if you really think about it?
Are you going for lethal? Are you gonna kill the spider? Because
Because that's the Klingon way. Kill the stupid thing.
It is, but I have heard the winds on the holodeck whisper that if we ever use lethal, we get lethal used on us. Although
already using
those
lethal
winds
on you.
did happen.
It's true. They started it.
Okay.
so you give
If I'm peer pressured into squashing the spider, I will squash the spider.
Actually,
Okay.
I really wish we didn't hurt the spiders because I really like spiders. But that's the player, not the
I
character.
hate spiders.
I love spiders.
That
I
generally
agree with
balances.
the captain.
Yeah.
The captain's gonna demote you for this. Just letting you know.
Okay. We I don't think anyone's going to talk about what happened in the cave.
What happened in the cave stays in the cave.
Okay. Oppose dairy security. It's lethal for both attacks. So because you're giving
And
a threat.
it's
and
Whoops.
it's knocked down. It's
Yes.
knocked down again. So don't I have advantage?
yes,
Some
you
becomes prone.
should. I'm gonna double check. 'Cause I think it's prone. So prone does stuff.
You get 2 bonus momentum against the target.
Okay,
Yes,
so
on
that
success,
yeah.
yes. It's, you
On a
get
success,
bonus-
yeah.
Yeah, you get bonus momentum if you succeed.
That's
You
weird.
make
That's a weird thing.
devastating.
I remember that. Yeah. It's the reason I don't drop prone and I try not to drop prone in shootouts. It's like, just in case someone runs up to you and decides to kick you. It's like, oh crap.
It's useful if you're at long range.
Yeah.
Spending a threat.
Oh, what does it do at long range? Or
It's actually useful if you. I don't remember the exact benefits, but it's
The
useful.
difficulty to hit you goes up. To any ranged
Uh,
attack goes up by 1.
oh, good to know.
So it is a tie. As you attempt.
No, I spent determination.
Oh, that's right. No.
Bye.
Two momentum gained. Roll damage.
And I'm gonna spend 1 momentum
miss-
and 1.
Spending.
What?
Never mind. No.
I'm spending my 2 bonus momentum and 1 momentum that we have stored for damage.
So that's a lethal injury plus another. That's
Did I-
two. That's 2
did I-
lethal injuries. You definitely killed it. You literally squashed it as you take your foot, and as it's trying to roll away from you and attack you at the same time, you hit it square in the head and smush it all over the side of the rock and the cave the cave wall and cave floor as it splatters into gooey, icky green like slime, blood, and guts.
After yelling a couple of things in Klingon, the chief engineer will just stand, adjust the EVA suit, even though there's nothing really to adjust, and just turn around and try not to say anything about what happened.
But your boot is covered in,
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, is there a low enough phaser setting that's just like could fry the goo off?
Cleaning. Cleaning mode.
Like lowest possible setting? Can I engineer it down past the lowest possible setting?
Well, the lowest setting is
I-
basically a flashlight, really.
Gonna say, that's complicated because, well, you could also shoot your foot off.
That's why but I'm trying to like make sure all the settings are
Well-
correct, and then I'll make a control security check. You could turn it into 2 checks.
Or you could use something in your toolkit because you have a kit full of tools.
A
that can
plasma
clean-
torch.
Well, not a plasma
Yeah.
torch. That's a little extreme, but there's probably something else in there.
I mean, there is a river.
There's a river that we've got to cross.
Yeah, but we got like half an hour before we get back to the river. We're gonna be in this cave forever.
It's on an EVA boot. It's not even touching you.
I will accept my fate.
Let's go with this inside security difficulty 2 to set the phaser to the proper setting to not vaporize your foot, but to clean it off. Get spider guts.
Take 2 threat. Two momentum and a threat.
1 and 2.
If this is how you go down, we're leaving you here.
Pull your foot off completely.
We're just
And
leaving you.
vaporize.
Gain momentum. You have the proper setting. Now you just need to shoot. So this is going to be a control plus security difficulty of.
It should be 0. I can make sure my own foot is not moving.
I'm going to spend threat to make it a difficulty 1. All right.
I
You
got a
were
bit of
almost killed by spiders.
I got a bit of a twitch going on. That's why I gotta get this goo is making my leg twitch. I gotta stop that. Okay, I'll spend my momentum that I earned.
Gain 2 momentum, and you clear your foot off of all these spider guts. As
Would it be
everyone's
too much to spend 2 momentum to create an advantage that I can find a path to walk through this cave without stepping in spider guts?
that's the only place where there's spider guts. The rest of them,
Okay.
all of them are like
They're stunned.
stunned or knocked out.
We pacified them.
I think you could call what I did pacifying too. It's the Klingon way of pacification.
Anyway, shall I go ahead, Vogel?
Vogel just nod as I'm keeping my sensors trained on these damn things.
So you can stay right on my shoulder, but I should probably be in front. And the commander should probably be up close behind me now, no more in the back for you.
I have plenty of.
No, you don't. Come here.
He outranks you, you know.
Yes, in matters of security, though, the chief of security takes precedence. For matters of senior staff security as well. For someone that has a heavy injury to them. Do I need the doctor to side with me here?
Technically?
I don't think anyone has an injury here.
His
Bro,
injury. He had an injury, lethal injury, but it is
He has
Stabilized.
some stress
Stabilized.
left.
He is stabilized, but you're going to need some bed rest when you get back to the ship.
and probably a shot of something.
I
I was about to say, I think we're all doing shots when we get back. That's the wrong kind of shot.
mean, take both at the same time. Why not?
As you're walking through the cave, you do see two metal containers covered in spider webs.
Okay. It seems like this place has been unoccupied for some time.
spiders can set up shop real quick. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, they are also giant spiders. I'm thinking of smaller spiders covering an entire thing like that. And I said, some time does not mean some significant time.
Well, let's get a scan of the containers.
There's no scan needed, but it is a metal alloy, typically used in freight operations.
Vogel will point Sarissa this way.
Okay, and she'll head that way. Just carefully head along. I'm just keeping that phaser out now, because, yeah. The rest of you come.
What are these objects?
They're crates. They're covered in spider webs.
Do any of the parts look like the ones that are missing?
No, they're freight crates, like we use
Okay.
shipping and stuff.
Sorry, did we lose our engineer?
Maybe. And when we get to this part, I'll tell Sarissa we're very close now.
Understood. Lieutenant Lawrence is busy cleaning her boot.
Oh,
Right, a stone corridor.
As you get towards this sort of stone corridor, it's actually looks like it's been like carved out via like a phaser. It's not really worked. It's just it's melted and it's kind of perfectly formed. Using advanced technology.
It's a tunnel.
The lab should just be at the end here.
I take a quick peek at what's up here.
They are crates that are up there. More spider webs.
Oh, nope. No, thank you.
I was very tempted to proclaim secret tunnel. Step left. But that would be right, technically. Yeah. Empty.
And I'm going to go over this one.
It is very dark. Luckily, you have EVA suits that are lighting the way.
Is there a light switch?
There appears to be no active power signature or anything working inside this room.
Can I use the power packs that I spent 2 momentum for earlier to try to turn on this computer? Is there actually a computer there?
Yes, there is. Daring plus engineering difficulty 2 to kind of integrate the Starfleet design into this.
Computers as a focus?
I would take like power systems.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take a threat. Oh, Tyrol, your assistance is needed.
Yes.
Spend a momentum to give him a 5 and a focus in computers. Oh, a focus in EPS power systems, I mean.
Yeah. Already has EPS, but he'll take it anyway.
It's the doctor and the commander.
Oops. Daring.
Supervising.
Oop.
Waiting for the doctor to move.
5 momentum gained. As the computer terminal lights up.
probably going to need some of that for questions.
It takes a little bit, and the computer system boots up.
Stasis pod.
Transporter bed.
Ooh.
It's actually damaged. You
The
can
pad
see-
where what I think is the stasis spot is right here.
Okay.
Actually, when you look at Vogel, from what you remember, you kind of realize it's actually not a stasis pod, but it is. It has a enclosed chamber in it, but it appears to be some sort of advanced biobed.
I just remember someone being in it. That's why I'm looking.
There was a person inside it, from what you remember.
Yeah, so I'm looking to see if it's still there. I doubt it, but
It's a transporter pad. We might be able to pull the last transport locations off it.
I'll investigate the biobed.
It is currently offline. As the computer terminal boots up, currently displays a logon enter via security.
Can I use my knowledge of computers to try to get around that?
Daring plus security or engineering difficulty 2. We'll make it 3.
Take a threat.
Let me know if you want to help.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to take assistance from Troll. That's why he's here. Oh, spend a momentum for Troll to get the 5 in engineering again.
Someone else will have to roll for him.
Yeah, and a focus in computers. So yeah.
Okay.
This is why we have him.
you said you'd someone need the roll form?
Yes, daring plus engineering.
Gotta find it.
The focus should be yes, and the engineering should be set to a 5.
Alright, I'll just add 1.
With the assist with Terrell, you managed to get the gain access to the computer system. A lot of the log entries have been removed, or there's missing components. But you managed to pull up 5 different log entries.
That one that Terrell did should be a crit. Looks like you rolled a 2.
And you get the momentum back.
Solana, if you could step into the room, there's only one door, might as well put the security officer in it. That just makes sense.
As for the biobed is offline and not being powered.
Do I see a way to power it or connect it?
It would seem like the power source is depleted.
Yeah, I can turn it on for you in a second. I just gotta finish up.
I'm
with
just
this.
curious about if there's any data in the bed itself.
Oh, actually, I don't even need to do that. If you want to look into it yourself, you can spend a momentum and have my engineering and a focus in computers. You just have to spend. I don't know. Do I have enough like power packs to do a couple of things, Jim? Or
Engineering kit only typically comes with 1 power. You've used.
I've only used 1, but I did
Yeah.
spend an advantage to get a couple extra.
So you do have enough to get that biobed online.
Oh yeah. Then if you want to, either you can wait for me, Doctor, or if you feeling lucky, you can spend a momentum and get some of my stats and take a shot at it yourself.
I'm not especially excited, so
Okay.
it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll do it in a second. I just gotta wait on the information.
Yeah, Salon can probably do it. He's a former engineer.
You don't need to be a good engineer. I can give you the stats.
A monkey could do it.
I don't think the GM would let us get away with that.
So I'm saying I can probably do it without the momentum spend.
Yeah, but I can make you better.
The engineer is currently going through logs, so if you're wanting to get the console up online, you'll either have to wait until the engineer is done, or if you're wanting to try it, you can spend a momentum to gain the temporary score of the chief engineer, and a relative focus, which there is one, to try and get the biobed console online.
I get like if you're really if you're really feeling like it could be important, Doctor, then we can just wait because I can't give you my bold engineering or anything like that. So
It will be a daring plus engineering difficulty of 2.
yeah, I got the logs. I'll help you in like just a second, Doctor.
That's fine. I'll just keep looking around. Keeping an eye on Solon, actually. I'll check on anyone in whose EVA suits have been damaged.
Vogel's and the
Solon.
commander's suits have been
Okay.
compromised.
Okay. I will scan them to see if any changes happened since my initial scans. At least
Reason plus medicine difficulty of 1. There are 6 momentum on the table.
I might as well take one. Does a focus apply? Genetics? Probably not.
I'm thinking xenobiology.
Not that. Okay.
One float. Currently,
Alright.
both Solon and Vogel are fine. Solon, though, appears to be a little bit more the weaker side because of the spider bite.
Okay.
Lieutenant Farron to Tenshi.
Tenshi here.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah, he's not
Okay.
even here. Roleplay with the commander.
I need a scan for a humanoid village. Coordinates. It should be roughly in grid A6 compared to us. I'm just using that to try to, say what is it, 50 kilometers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lieutenant, we're not detecting anything there. All we're seeing is a valley and a bunch of trees.
Use all known methods for scanning through cloaks belonging to Romulan, Klingon, or Orion sources. I don't know if that's going to require a player to do that, or...
I'm sorry, sir. I am still not detecting anything.
Any signs of habitation at all? Like unnatural buildings? Or you literally just see bare ground?
All I see is a forest there, followed by a river stream. I am not detecting any life forms or buildings, or even any sort of unnatural structures.
It is possible the same thing that shielded this facility from our sensors is doing the same for You say you discovered the location of a village on the planet, Lieutenant?
Yeah. This facility was allied in some sort with the Tripolity. After the Tripolity failed and their source of manpower dried up, they switched to testing on Tripolity members to testing on villagers. There should be a humanoid village nearby in that location. Turning the crystals into a liquid substance is the goal of the trial.
Well, let's gather what other information we can get here. Return to the shuttle and see if we can find this village manual.
I would suggest beaming into it, but if we suspect it's true, whatever we think we're beaming into, there could be buildings in the way or all kinds of nasty things. We could accidentally beam into some tribal hut.
We could maneuver a shuttle closer to the location and approach on foot.
We need to, before we do any of that, we have to talk to the captain. There's prime directive questions here. I think they will be easy for the captain to answer, but it's his prerogative, not ours.
Well, if they're using sentient beings and transforming them into something else, then
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think the captain is going to second guess us, but it's still his decision.
Now, if they've already been in contact with a work-capable species like the Romulans, then the prime directive does not apply here. Let us finish our investigation here, return to the shuttle, and we shall. Your recommendation is sound on contacting the captain.
All right, I'm gonna transfer over to trying to help the doctor on his thing.
yes, I want to see what this biobed was for.
Oh, actually, GM, is it possible just by looking at the biobed to guess that it was for infusing humanoids with this crystal substance?
If you wish to spend momentum, I'll answer that question.
I'll do that.
This biobed was used for testing purposes. It has a sort of enclosure over it, like a clear enclosure. It appears also the biobed is fused with a transporter. So basically, an individual could be beamed via this console straight into the enclosure on the biobed and then used for experimentation purposes, which would fit one humanoid subject, roughly no bigger than 2 meters.
I'll still go ahead and try to get the logs off of it in case maybe we can figure out how many individuals were affected.
That'll be another momentum.
To start up the bed.
To essentially kind of recover the data from it.
Okay.
There was roughly 102 test subjects that went through the biobed.
Do we have biomarkers for them so we would know who they were if we found them?
All biomarkers indicated from the logs that every test subject was incinerated after failed procedures.
Oh shit. I'm just gonna slowly back away from that murder bed.
I'll taking a look at it.
It's about just as bad as Firestarter, actually.
Well, whoever was doing this was definitely clearly in violation of many different norms.
I don't think norms occurred for the person who did this.
We were talking about transporting to the village.
I can't hear you, Sarissa. It's like... Oh, you're coming through Salon.
Sorry.
We were talking about transporting to the village, yes?
No.
We can't do that because right now we can't see the village. We suspect it's there. It should be there, but it's not. So right now you're going to try to beam into a forest and you might end up on beaming into someone's kitchen table.
I was thinking they have a transporter, so perhaps it's
broken.
Could it not have something pulled from its logs to tell us coordinates for transportation, though?
I will put it this way: the transporter console. Bogle would actually remember this from like Division, but like it looks like it's just in pieces, like it's indented, like some sort of wall of force just hit it.
The pad was almost broken.
Well, the pad's also kind of like all messed up too.
Never mind.
Is there any residual liquid crystal or crystal residuals on the biobed?
No.
Does the terminal, do any of these things or all of them have detachable memory? Where I can download all of this stuff or just take like its memory?
You could download it to a pad.
Okay, I'm going to download everything that we have found.
That'll cost a moment.
Yeah. Just for flavor, I'm also going to go ahead and encrypt that pad to senior staff only.
Okay. There's no rule for it.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I think we should get moving, Commander. With the damage here, it doesn't seem likely that someone could continue to try these processes, but there is a chance. So if we hurry, we might be able to stop any abductions in progress.
That was what I was about to suggest. If we are done, we have learned all that we can here. Let us return to the shuttle and locate the village, or see if we can find it.
I will give you this. The last log entry was several weeks ago.
It might not be there, but we need to follow up. I'm not sure that we're not in a. I don't know that we're in a hurry. I don't think there's any more abductions going on, but yeah, I think since it's 50 kilometers here location. If we're gonna check it out,
but yeah, it's also it's not a place we're going to be walking to. We're not going to walk 50 kilometers. That'd be too much.
All right, let's return to the shuttle.
If you have no objection, Commander, I'm going to go ahead and permanently disable this biobed. Unless we're about to do something like send someone down here to confiscate all this. Even still, I'd like to.
Well, I would disable it for now, but I would like to at least examine it in a more sterile environment.
I would say for the points of evidence, the unnecessary tampering would be unfortunate.
What if we consider a temporary sealing of this room in some capacity, something that we could undo with a bit of face work and effort, rather than that way access to this room is difficult, but we can still get to it, which keeps it secure.
For humanitarian purposes, can I just take out vital components? I'll keep them on my person and transfer them to the armory when we get back up for evidence chain.
That's what I was about to ask: is if there are components we could remove from this thing to make it impossible to repair.
I doubt Well, if we're just taking them out and gonna put them back later, then the answer to that is obviously no. Someone could just replace the components, but I'm just trying to make it much more difficult.
Add an extra step to the process.
And that's assuming I'm only willing to do that if you're telling me we're coming back down here and taking all this stuff. If we're gonna leave this here, then I want to destroy it.
Remove the essential components. We'll decide later if we need to destroy the device or return.
Well, if we either need to return and take it or return and destroy it.
Both of those are possibilities. We'll discuss it with the captain.
All right, then GM, I'm gonna try to take out vital components.
For 2 momentum.
Sure.
Okay, you take out all the vital components inside the biobed in order, to disable it until replacement components or the original components are put back inside. But for the most part, the biobed it really isn't even in working order to begin with.
Yeah, I assume this place kind of looks like as if no one's been here in a week. Like there's a layer of dust or something, or
Yeah,
spider webs or something.
they didn't make it that far in.
Let's head out. Do we need to check inside those crates that we saw outside, Vogel?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to interact with anything in the environment during my vision, so I would have no idea what's in them.
We should go ahead and just get all the information. So, can we check the crates, GM?
Yeah.
All the crates you check are actually empty. There's
Like
nothing
even these
inside.
massive ones.
Yep, they're completely
Okay.
empty. It is all it is. Like I told Vogor, like it's just you see, it's a metal crate consisted of typical materials found in a crate. So it's like shielding and stuff, but there's nothing inside.
Let's go.
All right, so you venture out of the cave.
Keep an eye on the ceiling.
Yes, so you make it back to the shuttle. I'm not gonna make a roll because I'm speeding things up a little bit. You're currently back at the shuttle that's on the ground.
Hail the Tenshi.
Tenshi here, go ahead.
Captain, this is Salon. We have found the complex that Lieutenant Vogel and I saw in our vision. We found the laboratory room that we saw. It does appear that whoever was operating this room was using it to experiment by turning the crystals into liquid and then exposing subjects to them in a contained biobed. Failed experiments apparently were incinerated.
Captain, I'm gonna start a encrypted stream to you now.
He nods at the op station because he expects that's where it's probably going to be beamed to.
Captain Lieutenant Farron has discovered evidence of a possible village that we cannot detect, that sensors cannot detect from orbit. Similar manners, we were unable to discover this facility. With your permission, Captain, we're going to attempt to locate the village and contact anyone living there. It is my opinion that, based on what we've seen, these folks have already had experience or interaction with a warp-capable species and therefore the prime directive does not apply. Do you concur, Captain?
Stand by. Looking over the data beamed to us now. I want you to do a preliminary investigate. When you approach, I want you to do a preliminary scout. Stay out of sight. Confirm if there's actually been presence of if there's any presence there, any presence of advanced tech. Minimize exposure to intergalactic affairs as much as possible. But given that they've already been interfered with, for their sake, let's look into it, but let's minimize seeing the shuttle, seeing our tech, knowledge of the Federation, that sort of thing. Keep it to travelers from far away, that sort of thing.
Understood, Captain. Do you have any directives about the equipment left over in the lab in the cave before we return?
What's your current position?
We are approximately X number of meters from the cave entrance in the shuttle.
All right. If you could set up, actually, ops. How hard would it be to beam a security team to the away team's current location?
That's a bunch of numbers.
Captain, I don't advise it. The radiation could interfere with the transporter signal. I would only recommend emergency use. I could scramble the transporter stream.
Very well. Away team, stand by current location. I'm going to send down a security team to secure your location. Once the security team has relieved you, you can head on to the village. I'm going to need you to keep that place secure for now because we can't let any of that material be possibly recovered by other forces. My intention is to have the security team and some engineers collect what's there and transport it up to the ship. Or
Understood.
haul it, I guess a better way to put it. Do you need any further supplies or equipment, or are you still all right down there?
We're going to need a pair of replacement EV suits, Captain. Two of our EV suits have been damaged.
We'll send some along with the shuttle, but try taking a look around in your shuttle. There might be a spare already in the emergency compartments. But we'll send some down anyway, just in case the ones you had, in case they didn't pack them or they're damaged.
Thank you, Captain.
Tenshi out.
Lieutenant Vogel, can you bring the shuttle closer to the cave entrance, or did you see a place to set down over there?
Vogel will run the sensors, see if there's a suitable landing site closer to the entrance.
You can. So you beam me down a security team?
No. Sending a shuttle down with the security team, because part of it is also to haul. Since beaming such a touchy thing, I want to throw down like a shuttle that has a lot of
recovery team. But I
Yeah.
just want to send down a runabout at that point.
We don't have runabouts. We don't have extensive shuttle by
It's
anymore.
still on that thing though. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah. But still, it'd be like we're sending out a shuttle with security engineering team, a recovery team, and then we'll load up stuff. And
Yeah,
then we'll
no-
have them take it up to the Tenshi.
Another Type 7 would do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another type.
For the sake of time, so cost 1 momentum, 1 threat for the security team. They will make it down there and land in the appropriate spot and begin operation of cleaning up the cave.
Very good.
So 1. What is the away team doing now? As the other team is coming and relieved you.
We're going to go to the. We're going to go look for the village.
At keeping a distance from it so as to not be seen ourselves, but find a place where we can observe it, right?
Yeah, essentially, we're headed to probably about 2 or 3 kilometers away from their village.
Okay. Daring plus con. This is by the shuttle's engines con difficulty of 3.
Do you want to take it and I'll assist you, Vogel?
No, you got it.
Okay. I have no focus, but I do have Daring Con 14.
And I'll assist you if Rex allows it.
This means there's a pilot, co-pilot
Sure.
seat. Okay. It's difficulty 4, you said?
3.
3. Okay. I'll give you a threat.
2 momentum gain so far. Just need engines con from the shuttle.
Head the shuttle.
I've got it.
Okay.
Gain. Shuttle's wrong good.
Yeah.
I told you that the shuttle does good until we have to leave the planet, and that's where the shuttle falls apart.
Oh, GM, one thing to bring up. I would like to have thrown my words determination at the commander because I don't want him to screw. I want him to have the best chance at succeeding.
Okay.
And I'll check just in case I kept it, but I'm not expecting to spend it again.
Keep it. Do it.
No.
Okay, Sarissa and Vogel, as you're piloting the shuttle, and you're actually going in a low altitude to kind of see, and also kind of maintain a little bit of cover in case aerial views. As you're going through a mountain valley and as you follow the river, up ahead, despite your sensors on the shuttle, you see what appears to be a actually fairly decent sized village of stone and brickwork that your sensors are telling you is not there, but is visually you can see is there.
My first reaction to something being there but not being there is what's in the dirt that's making us see no. That is correct guess, right, Vogel? Normally that is first thing to check.
Sorry, I was reading the thing. What did you say?
Checking if there's something in the dirt that is messing with sensors to say that this place is not here. Would normally be the first thing, right?
I'll run a quick sensor sweep to see
There's nothing.
what type of materials are. Like what type of materials are on there that are interfering with sensors?
There's nothing in the dirt that should be messing with sensors.
Are we actually seeing anyone down there in the village? Or is it deserted?
You're a little too far away to see actual people. Like you're kind of maintaining distance, but you do see a stonework type village. For a momentum, I will answer the question.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, right. I have the momentum again.
Yes, there appears to be people living inside the city. They appear to be dressed in a very primitive-like style, very loose toga-like clothing.
All right, let's put the shuttle down out of sight and see if we can get closer without being seen. On foot, then.
You place the shuttle down several kilometers away from the actual village.
Hiking trip.
I'm gonna walk off that spider venom.
At this point, scene change. So you go down one momentum, and stress is cleared. So everyone gets their stress back that they lost.
One thing Lieutenant Terrell might point out is that there might be some long coats or something that can cover up our uniforms that can be worn for away missions like this. We might be able to find in in the shuttle.
Yeah, but we're wearing EVA suits.
You know,
Oh,
Yeah, we're not getting around that.
well, we could just lose the EVA suits.
there's apparently life forms here. So, do we need them?
Doctor, what is the risk, radiation risk to health, if we forego the EVA suits?
It doesn't seem like the only thing that's been really bothering Vogel was the poison from the the spiders bites themselves. So I haven't seen any radiation. I'll double check though. Can I check?
Doctor, alpha radiation, long term exposure. If you're there for a long period of time, the risk of getting cancer or other genetic ailments increases.
Right, but how long is that?
It could be years, months.
No, but I mean, like, if you spend like a day in the radiation versus spending, I don't know, less time, I guess. I don't know.
Well, it builds up over your lifetime. It's not just this one time.
Yeah.
Right. So for limited time exposure, probably would be not so bad, but
The
I
risk
would
is
not
lower.
recommend it.
Like the risk would be low. It's just if the longer you're down there, it builds up. So
We
eventually,
still should have just got our shots and been done with it.
Yeah,
We're trying to
I
dance.
can address that once we get back to the Tenshi.
We always like to dance around EVA suits, but it's like we have a doctor, and we could have just got shots and not had to deal with the suits.
Okay.
Well, we don't have anti-radiation meds in the med kit.
We've got a well supplied shuttle. We could find the shots in there.
I could spend momentum to make sure I brought some with me.
I mean, your med kit has it. So
Yeah, so I can inoculate us.
yes,
As
you
needed.
could inoculate everybody for anti-radiation meds. Keep in mind, eventually, you're gonna run out of medication, and they only last for so long. So
Yeah, it's unlimited time, but we can do it if we're not going to be here very long.
Yeah, as long as you don't
Right.
start camping down there and living down there for long term.
That's what I'm doing. So let's lose the EVA suits and get inoculated and go sneak up on a village of primitive people.
Great.
Now imagine all that spoken in the monotone, non-emotional voice of a Vulcan.
This went so well the last time you did it.
We survived?
are you guys doing any sort of disguises?
Trench coats and fake mustaches. I don't. I probably need a long coat and a hood because I am covered in fur.
Yeah, and that's probably something we can actually dig out of the shuttle because that's one of the things Wild Supply lets us do. We can just grab stuff out of it.
Yeah.
It's just a test. It's the only downside.
Insight.
Some appropriate clothing.
Engineering difficulty of 2. See if the stuff is there. I think it's just what the role is.
Hey, Larry.
Sorry, I was distracted for a second. What?
It's inside engineering. Either you could bump me here or do it yourself. Up to you.
What are we looking for again?
Disguises or appropriate clothing to these people to hide our appearances.
Yeah, I'll boost you because my insight's bad.
Okay.
Boop.
Fantastic. Yep. I'll just roll security instead because I'm not just going to change my stat right now. Diff 2, I'll give you a threat.
gain a momentum. There is apparently enough disguises, like long cloak type deals,
Okay.
like
Sweet.
long ponchos that you could wear that are hooded.
Fantastic.
Very nice. All now we need is badges.
What?
All we need is badges.
Oh, badges.
Ponchos, we need badges.
We don't need no stinking badges.
Okay, I'm gonna lead the way then. Um, that reference is something I don't get.
Okay, so with everyone properly disguised, you make your way through the forest. You all have comm badges, so as you're walking, um, how close are you getting to the actual village?
Your call, Commander.
As close as we can get and still have adequate cover. Uh, keep me out in case these folks have any like scouts or something out.
We can go from high point to high point and use imagers to just look, which are basically just fancy binoculars that don't cost anything. If I remember correctly, they cost absolutely nothing. They just exist.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, the answer to the question how close do we get is really dependent upon the terrain.
They're sort of in a valley, so you have the high ground essentially. Like the village is seated, like there's a riverbed that's at the low point of the valley as it goes through, and the village is built around the river.
It just depends what we're trying to achieve here.
So we're going to get as close as the chief of security deems is safe. With the chief of security deem how close we can get without being observed.
I'm assuming that'd be a roll from me then to figure that out.
Inside security difficulty 2.
Inside security. Hmm. Given, would investigative techniques apply for this?
No.
Okay. I will give you a threat. It's a difficulty 2.
Difficulty is 2 because you're in an advantage.
I have a reroll. There we go.
You figured a good spot to where like you can observe. It's close enough. As you get close to the area and you're able to look and observe, you notice people walking around. Seems they're just doing their own thing, either shopping or working on something. You notice children playing with what appears to be wooden sword. Um, you don't see any surprisingly guards or patrols.
I wonder if I can use the value keen ears will reveal much to make an advantage of exactly that. I overhear we're able to overhear something useful or
You're
interesting.
using binoculars to kind of like.
Okay, so we're not that close.
Yeah,
That
you're
enough
not
that we
that
could overhear someone. I tried. Okay, so peaceful people, not exactly guarding themselves after whatever's happened. Does it look like there's any empty buildings, like any buildings that have been abandoned or they're no longer occupied?
No, you do see like stonework being done, um, brick laying and stuff. Like because like they're expanding slightly.
Yeah. Are there any roads?
Or paths, even.
Well, there's paths in and out
Like-
of the city.
Like
There-
anything that would indicate potentially another settlement?
No. It's mostly in and around the city area. There
Okay.
doesn't appear to be anything that goes beyond that. Like there's some that like kind of go out a little bit and then just kind of fade into
Sure.
the terrain.
Yeah. There's nothing that just goes off into the horizon.
Right.
Okay.
Are the when you were talking about we walked through the forest, you meant we walked through those tree-looking crystal things or actual trees?
These are actual trees. Yes.
Right. Are there any of the crystal formations in the village?
None that you can see from that distance.
Wait, now you mentioned, was there a certain point, like a solid line where it just went from crystals to trees, or was it kind of they mixed together and then eventually it was just trees?
The crystal trees were kind of like put together. They kind of went away, and there was this barren landscape of just kind of grass, or dirt and
Okay.
brown grass, and then it sort of got a little bit more lifelike, and then we got more trees and stuff like that propped up.
Okay. Well thought. Either I'm imagining due to the change in landscape being quite dramatic, there's some kind of field here. Yes, we might be able to pick that up now that we're inside it. And also, Doctor might be able to tell if there's still radiation here, because there's people living.
It's a good
I
idea
can do
to
a
check
scan.
for, yeah.
I ask questions that I do not know how to answer. This is why they are questions.
No, but they're good questions. Doctor?
Yes, I could do a scan. See what the radiation levels are.
I sent it to you.
I have a theory, and I'm curious. I shouldn't be curious, I'm a cat.
Is there something I need to do?
No, I just sent you the information over Discord.
Oh, okay. It seems to be lower here. Maybe less the crystals here perhaps are causing less radiation, or just naturally less radiation.
Interesting. Can we scan the life forms in the village from here?
Probably. Whether tricorder normally would be.
You don't
sufficient.
detect any life forms.
Well, there are no life forms, so
Could it be some sort of holographic projection or other alternate life form?
Oh,
mean-
that's a dirty idea. No.
Photonics, electromagnetic projections. I mean, it's rare, but I've heard of such things.
Yeah. I've seen such things, just wrong character.
Does the
I mean,
does the binoculars have like a rangefinder on it where you can just like shoot a little laser at
No.
them?
I'm imagining when they're side Star Trek future ones, possibly.
Can we just like do that and see what happens?
If it actually finds a range on the building.
Well, I was talking about at the people.
Oh, that's true.
Because
Well-
then when you could see if it passed through or something, or you know.
It did not pass through.
Well, the thing is, if it's like photonic or something that has any solid material, it would strike against it anyway. Even photonics stop things to a certain degree if the field's strong enough.
The only
My
way to
tricorder's not reading any photonics.
The
Well,
only
there's
way
that
to
theory.
find anything out would be to actually go down there.
This-
Going down there is questionable in terms of directives.
So the
Unless-
crystals we think are sentient, or there are sentient crystals either here or somewhere near here.
Right.
Could they be manifestations of the crystals? Are the crystals pretending to be humanoid?
Like a
Projection?
Well, no, that's not possible because then how would they have been abducted to be infused? They can't. This can't be real if there's nothing biological here. There's something going on
right.
because we know that they were biological humanoids here. These may not be them, but there were biological humanoids here.
So those are psionic crystals, yes? Being infused with living people.
Supposedly.
So, terrible, horrible idea. Psionic crystal infuses with person is incinerated. This is just a projection of that person from the crystal?
Well, the crystal was put inside the person. If it failed, everything is incinerated, including the liquid crystal.
Yeah. We just don't know much about the crystal race, so I wasn't sure if there might be means for them to survive.
I will point out, Commander, that the captain did approve of contact. We just weren't allowed to go into detail about our true origins.
Speaking of,
I've been thinking of that. The problem is, I'm not seeing any evidence here of direct interference from a more capable race.
we
Maybe
have
on shaky ground than we had before.
we do have alternate proof of interference. Speaking of that, is there anything that is out of place in this kind of tech level that can be seen from where we're at?
No.
Okay. There's a shot. I was hoping they'd salvage a bit of the shuttle.
Any chance we can get closer without being seen?
Is always a chance, yes.
You're
It
at
would be
the-
less.
The range you're currently at is like it getting closer. You run the risk of being, spotted.
It's
I mean,
it's possible going as a single person would make that a lot easier. Or smaller groups. Unless sneaking up much closer would possibly, if seen, be perceived as hostile in itself. There's only so far one can take sneaking while trying to maintain that you're not there to harm them.
well, we learned nothing up here.
At this point, I mean, we have Captain's recommendation. We can go down there, just say we're far travelers, and talk.
Let's go down. Before we go, though, I'm going to use my comm badge to contact the ship and let the captain know that we've observed the village and we're going to make contact.
You get static.
Of course we do.
Huh.
All right, let's go down. It is logical that we need more information.
It's a terrible idea because we've had time fun. It's an area of the planet that's in a bubble that is several hundred years behind another time. That would be something.
I've been displaced in time before.
Yes.
You need to-
Wait, how many of you guys are like 5 million years old or something like that?
Vogel, Sarissa, Salon.
Salon's only a couple hundred years old.
No, were you there in the time travel mission? No.
Oh yeah, that too.
It's just three of us.
Yeah.
I would just say Salon was born in 2227.
No,
He's
we
had
went
time
back
shenanigans
like 5
before.
million. Yeah.
All right, so you go down to the village, or you get closer to the village.
Well, I think Sarissa makes a good point that if we go sneaky and get caught, that would be bad. That would be worse. So we should go down to the village.
You walk down the valley. You find a path where you can start entering the village. As you walking in your cloaks, you start noticing that the people start looking at your direction. They don't they kind of pay attention, but they all stop and stare as you walk towards and entering the village. As you see a man, uh, probably in his early 50s, approach you with two armed guards that look like something out of you see of ancient Earth. Approach you. Greetings, star travelers. I am Ailcross. Welcome to Noxia.
They call us star travelers. I think we don't need to worry.
And with that, this will be to be continued.